Evening, everyone, especially Olaf. Way to make me feel bad. I've got another. I think you may remember when I started at the new job, there was um, a big task that sort of fell out of nowhere. Um, and I've actually, based on, I think, the strength of how that last one went, I've been tasked with something very similar. So I wanted to get a little extra. Um, I wanted to get a little extra time in on that, and it resulted in sort of a cascading failure as far as start times are concerned. Now I'm gonna base that. I'm gonna guess here based on Olaf's lovely wave here that I am live. I'm actually noticing on my dashboard that Twitch is basically saying I'm not live yet. So let me just see if there's anything else I can see. Okay. Very odd. But yeah, when I watch as a viewer, I'm live. When I watch as a broadcaster, I am not. But we will learn to live with this. All right. Thank you, Olaf. I have no idea if you heard the my excuses or not, but frankly, I should be making more time and fewer excuses. All right. Cyberpunk. That sure is a game, all right. Oh, right. Sorry, there was something I was going to do. There we go. Cyberpunk. Any minute now. Yep. Any minute now. There we go. Oh god, I have Godless is out in early access as the title.
Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count lottery rounded out to a solid and
All right, this professional stream is now ready to go.
attention Dogtown. This is Bandit.
Hi, Bandit.
Colonel Kurt Hansen is dead. Our peace. Kurt Hansen is dead.
Mr. Kurtz, he dead?
Day here in Dogtown. Our colonel went out the way he lived. Gun in hand. And the motherfuckers who took him out, oh, they'll pay. You know why? Kurt Hansen may be dead, but Vargas is alive and well. How the fuck did turn this thing off?
There's a nice touch in the little end, on the end there. Actually, funny thing. So, Mr. Kurtz, he dead. For those of you not familiar, the Hollow Men, T.S. Eliot, which Kurtz is in fact reading at the end of Apocalypse Now, which I think is most people's experience of Heart of Darkness. But I was actually watching a couple of clips from the show Utopia, which I think was kind of... It had like its first iteration in a show called The Hollow Men. Same people in it, so wasn't expecting all those connections. In fact, I never really thought of Kurt Hansen as a Kurtz figure, but I guess Colonel Kurtz from Apocalypse Now makes it hard to avoid. Okay, so we're waiting to hear from Songbird. Seems to me like the job would be to find how I spend the time. I could do Run This Town with Mr. Hands. I could try... Actually, yeah, so we've got a Psycho Killer mission which we could try. Yeah, I think this is exactly how I'm going to do it. They asked you to choose, so you chose. You weren't driven by a desire to save anyone's life. Reed and Songbird both offered you treatment. Maybe you realized that no matter what your choice, you'd be betraying someone, so the best thing that you could do was not betray yourself in the process. That's why you stood by the chick who was fighting to survive, just like you. Did I get that right? Yeah, I think I did. Would I have chosen any different? Luckily, I didn't have to sweat over those kinds of questions. Good luck, Veed. You and Songbird both need it. Songbird. Song So Mi, codenamed Songbird, is a netrunner in the FIA. She started out as a freelance netrunner, taking on assignments that others dismissed as well-paying but suicidal. Meanwhile, before So Mi's eyes, corporate data fortresses opened without so much as a shove. She always worked solo and spent every eddy earned on newer, better equipment and ever more extravagant means of entertainment. She quickly became a living legend of the trade, although some didn't believe someone of her caliber could exist long, if at all, the FIA believed. When Song took an oath of allegiance to the new United States, she was given the operational nickname Songbird. The prototype technologies developed by the agency in strict secrecy from foreign governments, and sometimes even from her own, were placed at her fingertips. In return, Songbird was forced to quickly learn two concepts that had been completely foreign to her until that point: following orders and playing as a team. The immunity of a government agent, backed and protected by a powerful bureaucratic apparatus, guaranteed Song would remain untouchable. From masking vehicle signatures at secret meetings between NUSA officials and military juntas in Central America to obliterating the digital footprints of commandos that executed terrorists impersonating the Bartmoss Collective, Netwatch agents could only listen to the echoes of Songbird's footsteps in cyberspace, echoes that suspiciously went quiet near the Black Wall. I am enjoying a coffee because I have no intention of sleeping tonight. So, let's see what we've got on the map. Right, and then there's a bunch of side jobs on the map as well, but I think what we'll do here, let's try and do some missions first, and I'm going to work my way towards run this town. Now I keep forgetting, Olaf, you've gone all the way through Cyberpunk, right? Oh. Okay, let's see if we can get back to the vehicle after. You have. Did you do Phantom Liberty? And if so, I gotta ask, who did you go with?
Hey, V, could you investigate something for me? Caught wind of a scuffle at the docks. Could be junkies, but this thing smells like a cyber psycho flare-up to me. And I want to know if drugs played any part. A cold body's no good to check, so keep him alive.
Hoo boy.
Wrong button. Unresponsive, no pulse. Body sustained severe injuries from a blunt weapon. So ping is probably my best bet here. I should be able to see the cyber psycho from... There we go.
Fuck me.
No good. Ah, nonsense.
Well, 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 darling. What are you up to? Ah! Not like this!
I'm gonna see if I can maybe just wait him out for a little bit. I know that's happened in the past.
What the fuck is going on? Not like this. What the fuck is going on?
Let's see if there's maybe another way around. Doesn't look like it, but... Songbird first time through. Now, did you have any hesitation about it, or did you just know that was gonna be? So I might be able to hop up on a vehicle. That's a shame. That was a somewhat tall one. Stop. I mean, I can call my own, I suppose. I deserve that. You let the missions decide for you? In what way? Because at least, like, the way I experienced it, there was a very clear choice that I needed to make between Reed and Songbird. Sacre bleu. I'm sure this is designed to specifically stop me from doing what I'm doing here, but... Okay.
Not like this. What the fuck is going on? Not like this. What the fuck is going on? Not like this.
Who did that? Narkexi, thank you very much for the sub.
What the fuck is going on?
Very good to see you as always. Thank you for 32 months.
Not like this.
You're getting to Olaf territory. Just how you how the feel of them went, and once there was a choice, that's how you picked. Okay, so in this case, you found Songbird the more sympathetic or otherwise reasonable
What the
individual.
fuck is going on?
At least that's how I'm interpreting that. Oh yeah, you have an election going on too. I hope the good guys win and stay in government.
Not like this.
I am quite astonished at Like, I think Canada's got its own clown moments going on for sure, but I'm not entirely sure how. Like, I can remember back in the campaign between Cameron and Miliband how there was like this threat of chaos under a Labour government, and yeah, I'm not. I'm not sure I can fault people for the original choice, right? You tend to only be able to punish bad behavior when it happens, as opposed to, you know, enforce the correct behavior. But the longevity of that particular government is. Well, I mean, it's funny you mentioned Narcotics, because I was talking about the Hollow Men and Utopia.
Man, I hate this
Oh.
shit.
This works for me. Which I wish I could find like the full series of. I've only ever seen like portions, just because this is the way the internet works now. God, I really hope they keep looking this way. I could probably make it friendlier by, okay, not pig, but oop. Okay, let's try that again, but with the distract enemies.
That's weird. Hey, motherfucker! You're a bitch! Huh?
That was a bit longer than I was expecting, but you know what? It still turned out. Responsive, no pulse. Body sustains severe injuries from a blunt weapon. There was definitely a shard that I picked up. Okay, let's go to the journal. Gives me a chance to kind of catch up on everything. Okay, arcade conversation, Kaneo Tanaka and Ryoko Kumi. Hey, can you go take care of that gonk? Gavin ordered a ton of shit. I already said, no fucking way, send one of the boys. He says he'll only buy from you. What are you worried about that gonk for? It's just a few dumb compliments. You know I broke his nose, right? Apparently you left wanting war. Ryoko, that's a big order. Besides, kids got next. Come on, please, I'll make it up to you. Alright, fuck. But if he makes another pass at me, I'm gonna break his damn arm. Glad you finally agreed. Thanks. I guess that's it? One more thing. Securities at these places is always beefed up, so chances are a guy's gonna pack a heavy punch. Uncovered a small-time drug ring at the port with buffet-style variety in what they were pushing. Folks buying it are mostly the local have-nots, and the rate of cyberpsychotic breaks among them is on the rise. I think what we're seeing is a connection driven by the new drug cocktail that's making waves. Got the guy sleeping soundly over here. Won't be up anytime soon. Ready for pickup? Guessing lab work should show you what kind of crap he's got swimming around in his bloodstream. Great, appreciate the heads up. Corps don't like getting their hands dirty with people living on the curb level. But when a dealer mixes with glitter with coal dust or some other shit, they'll get Eddie signs in their eyes. The money still lands in their pockets, and another bunch of the city's undesirables fades from the streets forever. Win-win. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to enjoy this coffee while I can, but I'm sure you all get to hear me slurping and otherwise making horrible sounds in front of the camera. Anyways, Yeah. So the reason why I'm giving you the third degree about the choice, Olaf, is I'm sure you heard me when I said it before, but maybe just for the benefit of those who didn't. But I'm actually quite torn between the characters of Solomon and Songbird, and it's specifically because, or Somi. It's specifically because I really liked the sequence with Songbird while she's sort of explaining her desires and all of that. But individually, I relate much more with Solomon Reed. Now, obviously, I wish I was as, good looking and clearly in good shape and otherwise capable like Idris Elba and like the character he portrays, but more so in the idea that I actually have a lot of sympathy with his dedication and his sort of his commitment to the mission. Didn't quite mean to do it this way, but I just sort of stumbled on the event. Shouldn't be that hard for us to finish, though. But yeah, so one of the things that just does not make sense to me for myself is the idea that Somi is sort of world class at what she does. Has an opportunity to do that for the FIA, and admittedly, the NUSA definitely has these authoritarian hints and such, so I'm not trying to even suggest that they're a particularly good one, but essentially this idea of being the best at what you do and being able to do that in the context of sort of, either swearing your oath or, doing it for a higher purpose or whatever. Like, to me, that's perfect. For a very long time, a large part of, probably a lifetime, not that I want to get too depressing about it, for me has always been trying to find this fit, not just to make the most of the capabilities that I individually have, whatever they may be, right? I don't want to try and put myself up as some sort of, Ubermensch that needs to be, needs to find his great spot. But, a place that will use everything that I can, number one. And then, of course, the other ideal would be to do it for something that you think is worth doing, right? So I don't like talking to, I don't mind talking about work, but I don't necessarily like talking about specific jobs. Back when I graduated university, I did actually have an opportunity to go to a consulting firm. And I don't like the idea of regrets, but I did choose something a little more, like, basically there was just that side of me that was kind of like, am I really starting off, doing like this sort of transfer pricing stuff, like, helping, move funds, into different jurisdictions to lower an overall tax bill. Like, surely there are other things I can do. Maybe there's time for that, later on, let's say. Obviously that stuff is really well paid, but it's maybe not the ideal, right? But the thing is that the place that I found, the place I ultimately went to, did really seem to have quite a few very petty people. So while I felt that there was an opportunity for me to do things that I felt were more in line with what I thought both I was good at and what I thought could be a way of, I could maybe sort of indirectly maybe, but try to be able to point and say, here's how this is directly beneficial to directly. Like, the idea here is you can sort of point to this thing and say, this thing seems worth having in the world. Whereas, transfer pricing is sort of like, I understand the role of it, but I don't know, like, it's not quite my my thing. I would find it if I'd find it harder to sort of say, this is me doing what I can towards something I think worth doing. But again, I think a lot of I was feeling quite underutilized in my old job, and not the people you work with, I do think actually has a pretty big influence on how you feel about the type of work that you do. And the thing is that, like I said, if my coworkers seem to be very petty people, or they are not really putting a lot of care and thought into what they're doing, or any of these other things, right? That's a combination, to me at least, to be quite unhappy. I'm happy to say that the place I'm at right now, I do actually think is much more closely aligned with those two values that I have. Whether I am adequately compensated, I suppose, is a philosophical question at this point. But yeah, I think I don't think every character necessarily has to be the same as me, right? I don't want to think that people who don't have my value set are utterly incomprehensible to me. I mean, especially because even if it is nonfiction writing, I do try to write. And, I think to basically just understand people and understand the world that we're in, you have to have a certain degree of, understanding and empathy for where people are coming from. But yeah, when it comes down to it, I just sort of see Somi in a position that, I almost have this moral dimension of saying that, it is important that, people like that do their best. And more importantly, it is such a fulfilling way to work, that to a certain extent, her motivations are quite alien to me. It's not that I don't understand them, when she explains what they are. It's just like, how could you not see, you have this rare opportunity to really make the most of your talents doing what you do. Whereas, I am individually uncomfortable with the actions that Solomon takes. I don't like the fact that the people who helped Rosalind Myers, when promised a reward for doing so, were executed. I thought the murder of the two hackers in part of the mission, again, I also thought was a pretty brutal scene, right? They'd already been stunned and incapacitated, but it was an execution. And, there are a lot of Solomon's methods that I do feel uncomfortable with, while at the same time, I definitely respect and understand that commitment to the cause and the ideal. And I think to a certain extent, I don't know what drives other people, but there is definitely a side of me that thinks if people don't need that, then I think a certain degree of I don't want to say emptiness that people feel, but I think at least some of what I sort of perceive in terms of a gap that people are trying to fill through a number of things. And some of it can be, the broadcasters that they watch or the communities that they get involved with. So, like, I think to a certain extent, some of the mobs that you'll see online, right? Sometimes that's just driven by a sense of belonging. And actually that probably also comes into some of the political stuff too, that, Narkeksi is mentioning. Right, you've got your team, you've got your side, you've got that group of people that are your people, and I don't know, like I don't think I could imagine someone like Solomon Reed having that problem. So to a certain extent, to values and priorities, I feel a very strong alignment with Solomon Reed. The only thing for me is that I see I actually see a way that essentially both sides can kind of get what they. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. I know. I think I have a very good idea about why Reed specifically wants the plan to go the way that it is, but I was very uncomfortable with the fact that every path that Reed wanted to take was making sure that Songbird was within his power, despite the fact that he always said that he was going to be acting in her best interest and so on and so forth. I simply did not trust the man. And more importantly, I do not see a future in which in which he fulfills his obligations to me once I cease to become useful. And so those were largely the reasons why I supported Songbird. So, but like I said, it was a bit of a weird one for it. There is actually one other reason for it, but I'm not done the playthrough yet, so I don't want to explain that yet. But yeah, like I said, it's a weird one because to a certain extent, I am actually acting against the character that I find the most relatable. Again, keeping in mind that I am not, I am not Idris Elba, nor am I like any of the characters that he portrays. I'm not even American. All right, Hunter Highland location, Little China, precise coordinates attached. Client needs this done quick. Priority job to do immediately. So I actually didn't plan to do this, but I'm not unhappy with how that turned out. Max, someone's intercepting our emails. Don't ask how I know. I just do. This is bad. Yeah, very fucking bad. No more messages or calls. Left the files for you where we had lunch. It's got my body cam footage, but I warn you, it's like watching a nightmare. We drowned those villages in napalm, and we made sure that everyone was home first. Jesus Christ. Take care, watch out, don't trust anyone. Time's come to leave NC behind me. Okay, hope it all works out. Meet Max Jones to Hunter Highland. This is Max Jones Media. I'm gathering material on the corporate wars in South America. Found your name in some Kandachi docs. So you were part of a humanitarian expedition? Sure, in 2068. I'm sure you signed an NDA, but maybe we could still talk off the record? I can promise you complete discretion. Max Jones. Max, sure, would love to meet. You're right, I did work for Kandachi then and did take part in the Columbia mission. You're also right that it was in no way humanitarian what we did there. Honestly, I've never talked to anybody about that. Not my friends, my kids, not even my wife. My first instinct was to delete your message, then I realized I couldn't keep silent about this anymore. I don't expect redemption or forgiveness for my crimes, but at least the world will finally know the truth. Meet at my store, make sure nobody follows you. Rental payment due, Pollard Real Estate, debtor 24533/5. This notice is to inform you that we have not yet received your rent payment. You may transfer the funds directly to our account or pay in cash at our office. If the rent is not paid by the end of the notice period, your case will be transferred to a collection agency. I need your help. Dear Good Samaritan, I am desperate for your help. My name is Lovisa Konan. I recently lost my job as custodian at Euro Business Machines because I was in a horrible accident last May. Now my implants are no longer compatible with my nervous system. I lost function in both legs, right eye, and left hand. Surgery is too expensive for me. My daughter is very ill, and my new baby is blind and deaf. It is my dream to show her the world, but I know I cannot afford treatment for both of us. I humbly ask for a small donation to buy new Kiroshi eyes so that my little angel can see her mother and sister for the first time. I will not forget your mercy and generosity. All right. 7A BD, 7A FF. Okay, so there's only one, and this is a trap. So if I do 7A, 7A, E9. But that doesn't give me... Oh, boy. All right. So 7A, 7A. E9 BD doesn't work there. E9... Not looking encouraging. Yeah, so the problem is the BDs are quite hard to come by. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Okay, I should have thought this through because now I've lost the 1C7A opportunity. I had others. So instead we're gonna do 7A, 7A, E9. Okay, so if I get a chance to do any more Cyber Psycho missions on the way to Hands, I'll take them. And again, it's always tempting to go for the gigs, but I think the stuff that's in my inventory, I'm okay with. And I'm also okay with sort of like incidental missions. Actually, I'm kind of curious where the remaining Cyber Psychos are. Maybe they just don't show up on the map. I remember there's one kind of out in the desert. Yep, right here. So we're probably not going to that one. Yeah, so honestly, the way it's looking right now, can't say I really see us doing any side missions on the way. But we'll probably run into a couple of cars. Oh, Narkexi, I did forget to ask, did you try the new update to Phantom Brigade? They've done some new sort of weapons and damage types, which are very engaging. I'm not gonna go get that car. It's tempting, but I'm a lazy car thief. Just 1 minute here. It just feels a little sluggish, and I don't know if it's the car or if it's the game. I also think, I know I've said this before, but I actually really like the way that they've done some of the samurai songs. I don't know if there was, I don't know if there had been recordings prior to Cyberpunk 2077, but kind of like Never Fade Away in particular. Like Never Fade Away is one I've listened to on Apple Music. Actually, on that note, I know most folks seem to be in the Spotify universe, but Apple Music did a 100 best albums sort of I don't want to call it a promotion, but like as an event that they did basically. And I got to admit, I am actually quite embarrassed at how few of them I have listened to, so I've set myself the goal of listening to all 100, starting from 100 up. Now, if you go look at the list, that'll give you an idea of some of what I've been listening to at work lately. That is a unique experience, given that I'm accustomed. I don't exclusively listen to classical, but I have been listening to a lot of classical lately. And there's a couple of genres in there that I don't regularly listen to. Okay, I'm feeling like I might want to quickly reset, because I know I struggle with Dogtown sometimes, but here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, shucks. V, with all of Dogtown at stake, Donado's little gig can wait. Please first solve the issue of Hansen's successor. Sure, got my priorities straight. Wonderful to hear. Just gonna take a minute here, quit out of the game and reload. I don't want to do this too often, but I know sometimes when Dogtown really takes a dive, a reset can help. It is going to take a minute to upload, I suspect, though. Come on, GOG, I believe in you. There we go, 23%. $67. Come on, 97%. You can do it. I believe in you. I also have no idea why my GPU is at like 66% utilization. Why? What could possibly be? I'm actually going to take a quick second here. This is astonishing. Although I guess I can't really get details on... I can get memory and I can get CPU. I imagine I can't see what's using the GPU, though. Fascinating. Maybe someone's just mining Bitcoin off of my computer. Oh, now it's dropped down. Okay, let's see if we have any more luck with the reset.
It's a dark day here in Dogtown.
That's an improvement.
The hell was that? Fuck's sake!
Tried to be nice about it.
Real beauties and shit. Grab the cords to my drop spot and fly.
Might have been a little premature on the quality. Hopefully it gets better when we're out of Dogtown. I love how Dogtown works, but it's definitely a struggle. And my computer's not that bad. GPU's a little old, but... I'm slightly suspicious over the fact that we haven't gotten an extra job yet. There we go.
Client's got a strict deadline. Seems he's on his way out ahead scene. Need you to Delta Skelter, please.
Definitely feels like this thing handles a lot better though, so... Didn't say anything about quality.
No. Try not to leave the ride.
Nope.
Client's a big one.
Alright, so obviously something's bugged based on those sounds, but it's not yelling at me over the quality, so... Two minutes and 1.5 kilometers is quite doable. I'm not gonna completely go down to a crawl, but I do want to make sure I'm not peeling rubber just for the sake of it. I will confess though, I'm really looking forward to finishing the mission so I can stop the sound. Ooh.
Not gonna lie. You gotta get it. My man will take care of the rest.
Okay, we are free of the noise now. So let's, as much as I'd like to see what's going on with the Killing Moon, I think we are going to see what Mr. Hands has in store for us. And actually, we're going to do two things. First of all, I'll make sure that I don't have any other shards. I do not. So, we've got runs this town. Seems Hans has some work teed up for you, apparently of the urgent variety. Sounds like Dogtown's about to start sizzling up again. Recommend staying on top of this one. Killing Moon, we're currently on. Beast and Me, we're waiting. Killing in the Name, we're waiting. Epistrophe is not really Phantom Liberty. Okay, and yeah, so Heaviest of Hearts, complete run this town in order to unlock the gig. So I'm assuming truth hidden in plain sight. We're like animals that have enough self-awareness to realize they're living in a farm, their freedom limited, their death inevitable, yet believing that they understand the inner machinations of their small, isolated world, imperfect but familiar. The truth, as always, eludes us. Those in control try desperately to hide the fact that the truth cannot be found within the confines of the farm, but beyond it, below it. This dangerous, grim truth, the ones who watch us, control us, rule over us, steer us into our pen so cunningly we are not even aware of it. They offer scandals and outrageous conspiracy theories to excite us, mislead us, and deceive us into believing that we are capable of peeking behind the curtain. They do this to inflate our egos and make us feel smart. This is no better illusion than overconfidence. They've conditioned us to look only where and when they want us to. The true nightmares, these can only be found on the periphery of our perception. Whole universes are being created in cyberspace, designed by powerful AIs at the behest of their corporate overlords. But what is their goal? Who or what is their target? What role does the Black Wall play in all this? This digital metaphorical wall of legend directed to shield us Homo sapiens from the threat of wild AIs? How do we know it even still exists? How do we know if Militech, Arasaka, or Nightcorp haven't breached it to contact the other side? What if these mysterious beings born in the net have begun to make their way into our world? What if they're here already? Some might argue that a farm animal shouldn't care who their master is so long as they are provided with water food. To those, I offer a warning worthy of the times we live in. Maybe the time has come to bite the hand that feeds. Vote Snowball or Napoleon if you have to. Napoleon's the Stalin tough but fair ticket. It's in a parking lot here, you fools! But yeah, I get the impression that maybe that message from Hans was supposed to come in after Run This Town. Just a bit from the title, I'm assuming it's related to the replacement. America. Okay. Tried to avoid them, and then they just kind of kept moving, so. I do kind of, I think one of the drawbacks is I spent so much time talking about the influences, some of the reasons why we have the kind of cyberpunk worlds that we do. America. Yeah, I spent so much time talking about some of the things that were happening in the world, and specifically what
Right, now get the fuck over here. Kinda in a hurry on this one.
oh Jesus. All right. This is not going to be easy. Try and outrun the cops, but looks like they're searching for me, which is good, but I'm not entirely convinced. Like, I definitely can't afford to let the timer run down without making progress towards the goal. But anyways, I know I spent so much time kind of talking about the American occupation of Japan after the Second World War. Talked about Edwards Deming and how some of the embrace of those techniques led to significantly more productive Japanese corporations, which would then go and buy up American industries, and sort of how that led to a particular view. I mean, essentially what was happening was globalization, and those were not necessarily new concerns even in Cyberpunk's time, but it definitely was represented in a very unique way. And it's one of the reasons why I think 2077's actually done an interesting job making an interesting cyberpunk world to sort of live in. But one of the things I do get a little worried about is when we take a look at the sort of cyberpunk stories, a lot of it really does, we talked a couple of times about how everything's sort of an adaptation, or basically you get this impression that creatives have sort of been asleep at the switch, or at the very least we get this impression that we've run out of things to say, or at least have sort of atrophied in terms of the ability to say them in an original way. Definitely feels like it's struggling here.
I knew I picked the right merc for the gig. Thanks for the help, V. My chum will do the finishing touches.
But Cyberpunk can be an example of that as well, right? Like, to a certain extent, like sometimes for some people, Cyberpunk is just simply an aesthetic. It's an art style, which is probably, as wonderful as Blade Runner is, like there are other ways of representing visually interesting worlds. I wonder why that cost me 44. Maybe it always has. Yeah, I think one of the things that's sort of interesting here is that in some cases with cyberpunk stories, you do have what I think for some people would be very, very real concerns even today, but that they're sort of being presented in, sort of the old forms. And I think one of the reasons why that can be a concern, it's an older movie, but it's Jarhead. It's one of Sam Mendes' movies. I think it was actually his first collaboration with Roger Deakins, because I think that was the first movie he did since Conrad Hall died. Conrad Hall is easily my favorite cinematographer. He did... actually, the funny thing is, the movies that he's done, some of them are definitely classics, but I feel that some of his movies are very beautifully photographed, but they aren't necessarily ones that people would consider to be, on their like absolute best lists. So his first collaboration with Sam Mendes was American Beauty, which I know is sort of at the time, I'm pretty sure that won a bunch of Academy Awards, and it was sort of a darling at the time, and has sort of undergone a revision, probably not least of which because of Kevin Spacey's reputation. Hall did a wonderful job on that particular film, and then he did his second collaboration with Sam Mendes, and then the last film before he died was Road to Perdition. But there's other ones that he did, like Searching for Bobby Fischer, about sort of the chess prodigy, Josh Waitzkin. And as far as like photography is concerned, it's a very, very well done film. I think I'm pretty sure I read this in an American cinematographer, because I had my Conrad Hall phase where I read everything I possibly could about the cinematographer, including some of his interviews, and I did have a subscription to American Cinematographer, which let me look at the back issues, or maybe I found it in a library. Anyways, I definitely got to read the articles with him where I could. And for him, I think a point that he made was he put the eyes, he framed the eyes a bit higher than what you normally would.
Hey, V. Got a real sweet ride around these parts. How about you bring her over? Already know how it's done.
Sure. Yeah, so I'm sure most people are familiar with the rule of thirds, but basically you can kind of divide a frame into thirds, and placing objects of focus on.
Hop in and head to the garage. Send in the cords. Don't worry about
I feel like everything's just one step ahead of where it needs to be. Actually, this is going to be a problem because I can't. Yeah, so for those of you unfamiliar with the rule of thirds, basically you can take a frame, divide it into thirds, horizontally and vertically, and ideally you would put the objects of focus on those lines or at those intersections. Now, as with most rules and pretty much any creative endeavor, half of the stuff,
Watch out, got a tail.
half of the rules like that can easily be thrown out, and some of the best examples of creativity are ones that break those rules. But as with most things too, usually you want to at least be aware of them before you break them. There's some weird stuff going on in the game. Cool. Yeah, so in the case of Searching for Bobby Fischer, one of the things that that film used was it would put so normally if you're shooting someone, you'd kind of put their eyes in that upper third of the on that grid. And in the case of Searching for Bobby Fischer, what they did was put the eyes just above where they normally would be. And the intention behind that was to sort of force the audience to look a little bit just look a little bit higher than usual, sort of take their
Cut off that tail of yours. I don't care how.
take the visual grammar that we've sort of adopted over time and use that to kind of create this impression of concentration, which I thought was really well done. So, also it's got Ben Kingsley in it, which is, you know, movie can't be that bad if it's got Ben Kingsley in it.
Not gonna lie, V. You gotta give. My man will take care of the rest.
I'm just going to wait until all the stuff is resolved, and then I'm going to summon my vehicle. I'm going to look for a place to buy some cars, and then we'll get back on track for the missions. But yeah, I guess the one thing I would say is that if the concerns that inform Cyberpunk are still concerns today, and I think that it's fair to say that's the case. I do sometimes wonder if expressing those concerns in the language of yesteryear, whether that's visuals, right, the cyberpunk aesthetic, or telling cyberpunk stories, I do wonder if that is the most effective way to deal with those issues. Like, to a certain extent, you can sort of say that maybe you're onto something by exploring those ideas, right? There are some ideas that have been with us for a very long time, and that creators have been able to continue to sort of mine for inspiration seemingly forever, right? And I don't want to oversell this idea of quote unquote originality, right? So, favorite poet, Ovid, Shakespeare was very happy to take what he could from Metamorphoses, and it worked great. But I also don't think anybody can deny Shakespeare's powers of invention as well. Okay, so we've only got 40k. I think we'll just keep earning money. This is not where I want to be. Yeah, it would seem to me that you can take a look at Shakespeare's use of subjects that may have been covered before, and his ability to put them in a particular form that has resonated not just with his contemporary audiences, but that they get their own adaptations. You have Kurosawa making samurai movies that that take Shakespeare stories. So it seems to me like there is something to be said for those. Sorry, I just got a text. I think there is something to be said for that particular realization, as opposed to just using that as an excuse to I don't know. I think to a certain extent, you can point to that sort of stuff, and it winds up being this sort of abdication of the need to invent, to come up with your own things, or to express something that is true to you. And the reason why I harp on this quite a bit is for really, like, for a large block of the time when these kinds of stories seem to be around, there's also this idea of how, very conscious references is a very sort of maybe not avant-garde, but definitely very, very fashionable thing. Hey V, just wanted to say thanks for our last talk. You still sure you want to off Samson? Yeah, my mind's made up. Thanks for opening yourself up to me. I appreciate it. Thanks for listening to me. It means a lot to me. See you around, Claire. It'll be all right. So, for a really long time, it feels like it was definitely a, you know, a bold statement to be really obvious about your references. There's a book by Peter Biskind called Down and Dirty Pictures, which is sort of about the kind of the turn of the century rise of independence, and sort of this self-conscious effort to sort of take up the mantle of the, you know, of the filmmakers of the 1970s, to take Hollywood by storm and sort of make their mark. And this is where you get these stories, right, about people who work in video stores and like just watch all the movies and, you know, and very consciously signpost these references. And of course, like I don't make any friends when I say this, but like Quentin Tarantino's probably the best example of it, and it's actually one that I am generally unhappy with. One thing I've noticed about the types of references that Quentin Tarantino will make in his movies, there will be his quote-unquote cool influences. There'll be the ones where, you know, it shows off what a good taste in movies he has, or how, you know, how hip he is or whatever. And those are always telegraphed. And again, I always get a little bugged whenever the creator draws too much attention to themselves. But the other thing that I've noticed in Tarantino films is that there's the actual references, and those are the ones that very often are not signposted. So, for instance,
Lizzie Wizzy. Here. You sure you got your head on straight?
Hard to mistake her for anyone else, don't you think? I'm telling you, she came to HH to party the other day.
Right. And us cracks were in her posse too, huh? Or did you come down off glitter too quickly and didn't manage to catch him?
Fuck you and your disbelief. Others seen her too, you know. Ask around.
Yeah. And the NUS president just crashed in Dogtown. Quit repeating every dumb tale you hear on the street, man.
finest investigative reporting on the planet. Go ahead, read the Times. They get lucky sometimes. By the way, maybe I just wasn't paying attention, but this is called the Heavy Hearts Club with all the Egyptian imagery. I like that.
Dogtown without the Colonel. Can't hardly imagine it.
Oh, please, brother. He a common thug. Not even that. Not no more. What?
Security arrangements. Attention staff, we are expecting Mr. H to arrive in the coming days. He will be using the office until further notice. All staff members must double-check the security measures at their posts. Additional tasks and shifts will be assigned shortly. The venue must be spotless. Mr. H expects perfection, and so do I. If any incidents occur on your watch, I will have your head. Sarah. So I'll finish the thought before I go too much further in the mission. But yeah, so basically, this is kind of my gripe with Tarantino films. And again, like, who cares? I'm sure he will sleep perfectly fine at night, despite my my disapproval. But I do sometimes feel that there's something a little disingenuous when there's the two set of references, the ones to draw attention to the filmmaker, you know, their quote-unquote signature, their efforts to remind you about how good their taste is. And then there's the actual influences that are driving the piece, which are buried. And this can go right back to his very first film, Reservoir Dogs, which I think is pretty much Stanley Kubrick's The Killing. And in fact, a lot of the features that it feels that film was given credit for at the time are things that were innovated in The Killing. And you don't really hear people talk about The Killing as much. And part of that is because, Kubrick was such a great filmmaker that The Killing doesn't necessarily rank among his best. Although I think it's still a very good movie, and I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. It was, I think, his first time working with Sterling Hayden, who, of course, got to play Colonel Ripper in, General Ripper, Jack D. Ripper in, of Burleson Air Force Base in Doctor Strangelove. But I don't know, like I think you can actually point that out in a number of different films. I don't think that's a one-off. But again, it requires you to have watched quite a few movies and not necessarily always the most well-known. So, people like that get away with it. But the deeper point that I kind of wanted to make is that I think to a certain extent we're sort of we're starting to face the consequences of that type of work. So the thing that you can at least say for the more self-referential or at least self-conscious creations is that at least the really good ones did still seem to have some degree of originality, right? As with anything, right? Like there is a certain point where, you have to be bringing something to, when you're doing that first wave, right? You're seeing something that maybe other people aren't, or you're doing something that hasn't necessarily established itself as the done thing. But we're well past that point now, right? Like everybody knows what postmodernism is. That's not really a new idea. It's actually a very old idea at this point. It's probably like 40 or 50 years old. And it's just, it's just another thing, right? It's like, if anybody really wants to consider that edgy or avant-garde is, really kind of trying to take the battles, or yesterday's battles and fight them. And this finally brings me back to Jarhead. So there's a point that sort of Jarhead makes when they're going into the second Gulf War. Or was it the first one? Oh God, no, it's the first. It's about the first Gulf War. And the Jake Gyllenhaal character says, I can't even remember who he's talking to. But they're playing the door, like one of the helicopters flies over and it's playing the Doors. And they're like, man, can't we get our own music for our war? And then that's another sort of signal there, right? That, again, you've got people rightly or wrongly trying to take the mantle of what came before. They're trying to relive maybe the stories that they'd heard of things, and they're not necessarily having their own individual or genuine experiences. They're seeing them through the lens of either what they've seen on TV or the music that they've listened to, and so on. And again, all of this stuff is old now, right? So Blade Runner, I guess, is about 40 years old. You've got, 90s and 2000s. That's 2 or 3 decades old. The stuff that is referencing, and when that becomes a, where that might have been cutting edge, like that is well established at this point. And then, of course, there's also, the idea of fan fiction probably gets a big boost with the internet. So that's been around for a few decades too. And again, it makes me wonder if there's been so much time spent looking at other people's work, basically copying the homework, that there's been this contraction in terms of possibilities, what people are thinking about, that in the end we're sort of constrained within this world of self-reference, and we've sort of lost touch with the ability to maybe talk about some of these things in an original way. So again, I think it's interesting that there may be concerns about global. Like it would definitely be fair to say globalism has not always been something you can take for granted, right? The first great age of globalism was probably under the British Empire. It's just before the First World War, and of course it collapsed in the First World War. You could actually also make this argument, right? Similar arguments that people would have made before, right? Is that, the world is so interconnected through trade, that war is no longer relevant. And then of course that works right up until it doesn't, and you have a minor event which actually sets off this terrible set of this terrible chain reaction. I don't think we're in for quite that kind of catastrophic undoing of globalization, but it is fair to say that in just about every single country there's deep suspicion of the benefits from it. Even at a time when people are complaining about inflation, there are arguments for protectionism, for raising barriers to trade, which in the end ultimately does result in increased prices. Now, this doesn't mean that it's not something worth doing. So, there are certain industries that I think most countries consider to be essential and do get protection in the nation simply because they want to be self-reliant for that. But that comes at a cost, right? The security that you enjoy, or a more robust supply line that you enjoy, does mean that there will be some forms of inefficiency, right? One way that you can get security is through redundancy, but redundancy almost by its nature is not efficient. And so the question would be, do you accept the less than perfect, right, answer when it protects you from those hard times? Again, all very reasonable questions, all ones that we're dealing with right now. And I think it completely makes sense that we would be interested in cyberpunk stories, because a lot of those concerns are largely the same ones of sort of the 70s and 80s when a lot of this stuff was first coming out. I just wish, to a certain extent, that these things would be expressed in modern terms, that they wouldn't just necessarily be picking up the old concerns of the 1980s. And that instead they would be expressing them on their own. And I by the way, I am somewhat accepting Cyberpunk 2077 from this, because I do think Cyberpunk 2077 is doing some of its own work, but it's not the only Cyberpunk game that came out. And a lot of Cyberpunk games do sometimes just sort of feel like they're saying, well, slap the Blade Runner filter on it, and we're good to go.
Want to wind up like him?
So, Dogtown. What's the mood like now?
On edge. Who knows what'll happen next? Colonel had the Hood's balls and his iron jaws, but man, it all worked somehow. Now
peeps gotta take care of themselves. Apparently a problem that, for some.
Ah, at last. I lacked the time to brew tea. My apologies.
It's cool. Not here for tea. What's so urgent?
No ordinary job, to be sure. Dogtown's future hangs in the balance. Kurt Hansen, a man of many hats. A criminal, dog of war. To mine eye, an entrepreneur. And business suffocates in a vacuum. Vultures circle the Colonel's corpse already. The enterprise he built must choose a new leader. We will make certain they choose correctly. The shard, please insert it.
Uh-huh. Why is it we care?
I take the long view of Dogtown's well-being. You care for short-term profit. Should Dogtown drown in blood, neither is achievable.
Let me guess. Got a successor all lined up, don't you?
Lieutenant Colonel Bennett, one of Hansen's most loyal, commands respect, is capable of rallying a strong base. The logical choice, this gentleman soldier. Alas, he has competition, a man named Yago. He's starting from a lower rung but has high aspirations. He's already begun seeking outside support from the Voodoo Boys. You will meet with Yago, you will convince him to back down.
Yago not up to snuff? Why?
He's an accountant, no soldier. Kept Hansen's books for him. V, you don't win hearts by counting numbers.
Born in Budapest as Jagoda Sabo, emigrated to Night City when with his family in the same year, 2066, sentenced to prison for embezzlement of petrochem corporate funds.
Our business grows cold.
I'm reading about reading your file. Released in 2068 on good behavior, Yago has since been a busy bee in Night City's underbelly. In 2072, he helped lay the foundation of Bargast and remained atop the organization ranks due to his corporate skill set and large web of connections within his smuggling trade.
Tick-tock. Time waits for no man.
Web of connections within the smuggling trade. He presently seeks support for his claim to power in Dogtown from the Voodoo Boys. Last and most certainly not least, Yago is also an aficionado of purebred canines.
What's Bennett's story?
Ex-Marine. Took part in Operation Midnight Storm. He never questioned orders, didn't serve for glory or medals. Loyal from start to finish.
Enlisted in the NUS Marines in 2063, twice decorated for commendable service, thrice brought to military court on charges of insubordination,
Our business grows cold.
All dismissed under Colonel Hansen's protective watch, took part in Operation Midnight Storm but refused to demobilize after its conclusion. In 2071, officially designated a defector by Militech along with Hansen's entire unit. He remains in Dogtown as the ex-colonel's most loyal disciple, the natural choice to succeed the throne.
Tick-tock. Time waits for no man.
I'll handle that.
No, you won't. But Aguilar will.
You lost me.
Hansen remained on top because he had the contacts to stay afloat. Most important among them was a Cuban cartel. Enter Aguilar, a merc assassin from Havana, a living legend. Every time someone in Havana lights a cigar, Aguilar extinguishes a life somewhere around the globe. I'm lucky to have his behavioral imprint on hand. You're lucky to have experience with the tech already.
Merc assassin, huh? Color me curious. Anything else I ought to know?
Real name, unknown. Body count, unknown. Conservative estimates put it in the dozens. Per continent. Rumors, perhaps. But rumors often make for crowning arguments in negotiation.
Let me summarize. Need me to assume Aguilar's identity...
Have a chat with Yago. Talk him out of any silly ideas he might have. Child's play.
Okay, all's crystal.
I prepared a shard with helpful intelligence. Also a weapon. The same Aguilar uses. Help yourself to both.
Mm-hmm. Interesting piece of iron.
Custom made. A unique and highly persuasive tool. Time to kick the tires, V. Suit up and take the imprint for a whirl.
It'll do.
Do you feel the difference?
My time's precious, Hans. If this don't work, you'll need to find 10 new digits or aim for a rebrand.
Better than expected, V. Or rather, Aguilar. You'll make a strong impression on Yago, too. A trusted source tells me he's to meet soon with a delegation of the Dogtown Voodoos. I'll forward the coordinates.
Whoa.
I care not at all for how you handle the Gangoons. As you will. I have only one request. Yago withdraws his candidacy. Once you've shown him reason, call me. And remember, my district's future is riding on this.
Don't worry, won't disappoint.
That is the hope. Good luck.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of Heavy Hearts. I'm gonna take a small break, I think. I know it's been quiet. I'll do my best to pick things up on the second half. But yeah, if people aren't gonna be disappointed with me taking a breather, I think I will refill my drinks. It's really hot. And we'll come back renewed. So I will see you all in a little bit. Okay, sorry about the wait to get back. That was longer than I was expecting, but I think I'm good to go. I did actually get a message while that was going on, so let me just see. Ba, ba, ba. Cool. I can get back to that later, though. All right, let's go back in. So 650 meters is not that far away. I am debating as to whether or not I want to try resetting Dogtown. It's not that bad. I don't think a reset's really gonna fix all that, but I don't know. If it gets too bad, I will... I'll take the option of resetting. I know if I do quit out the game, I'm gonna have to wait to do the I'm gonna have to wait to do the sync.
Now I know where that eye came so cheap.
What? You mean you're basically Kuroshi?
Yep. Fucking hell.
I do actually want to take a minute here. I don't think... Yeah, so the shard that Hans gave us, presumably, we use in the actual mission. And I'm going to resist the urge to do that mission as nice as it would be. Same with the car. It's right in front of me, though. Apparently I don't have grenades to throw anymore. Alright, I'm in trouble.
To the side! Flank!
Going in from the side.
Oof. I was not expecting him to hit that hard. Obviously, I kind of ran in like the Terminator for part of that, but... And... Okay, no. I was like... I was worried for a minute there, because if I had to do the whole meeting with Hans again, that's quite a lot to get through.
You've seen Lizzie Wizzy. Here. You sure you got your hat on straight?
Just grab the cactus, why not?
Wanna see my dick?
Okay, so no real sophistication behind this. If I get a chance to grab, grab a drop, I'll try and take it, but I don't want to spend too much time. Oops. Deeper than I thought it would be. But I also don't exactly want to waste time either, so... So at this point I really should be doing Contagion just because there's so many people in the same area. Well, I think I'll just let them take care of each other for a bit. Don't even think about it. Oh, not so good. Ah, I just saw that it was a sniper at the last possible moment. There's surely a better cut. Yeah, I agree. Although I think we're going to take that path again because I didn't think to save before the mission. It's embarrassing that I'm actually dying this many times. Mind you, I'm also going into the middle of like a firefight, so... Whee!
Show tonight?
Maybe I will, maybe I won't.
So if we hear the drop sound, I'm gonna make sure that I, yep. So modify that. Okay, so contagion number 1. Contagion number 2. I'm just gonna make myself scarce for a bit. Okay, so there's a sniper that was going off. I mean, one possible option I have here is just to try and stealth Barghast. They don't seem too mad with me being in the area right now. Okay, 55 1C FFE9, so no 55 to start off with. If I move to this one, we get the 1C, okay, 1C FF, but we do get it, okay, so. So, these are obviously the first priority. And then the spoils from the fight are priority number 2. We're actually not getting that much, so I was remembering that the last time I wanted to get a car, I think the first car that we saw was like 48k. So we're still, even though we've been looting a bunch of stuff, we're actually still coming up short. Mind you, that's not entirely a surprise because the real savings haven't kind of come through. The real savings haven't usually come through the like the well, if it's cash, it's not savings. But basically, my ability to get those vehicles has often not been a function of the cash that I have so much as it's been or maybe the cash that I earn is what I mean. But it's often been more about the discounts that I can acquire while earning the cash. So the fact that I'm doing all this side... I mean, I'll fight him if I have to, but I don't think I have to. The side missions... Unless... Basically, it takes the car side missions to be the real value drivers, assuming I want another car, which is not a terrible ambition, but maybe not the biggest one for me to go with right now. Also, it was my
Where you at?
it was my choice to go on foot. So my bad there.
People need to know.
Time to go Cuban.
Dogtown exposed, the case of the hanged woman. The body of a young Haitian woman was found near the entrance to the Terra Cognita Technology Park. Her body was strung up by its arms, but not before being completely fried and stripped of all cyberware. No faction claimed responsibility thus far. The locals are terrified and nobody seems to be investigating this crime. Nobody except us, that is. Welcome to another edition of Dogtown Exposed, where we provide unique insight into local power struggles and keep you updated on what's happening behind the scenes in Pacifica's grittiest subdistrict. It's no secret that Terra Cognita largely belongs to the Scavs, and that, add that to the fact that all cyberware has been removed from the victim's body, and it seems like an open and shut case. However, our scavenger informant rejects the allegations. Sure, we all know what it looks like, but fuck, Choom, we're being set up. The day we found the body, we were totally zonked by it. Decided we'll even fucking take shits with guns in the hand, no cap. Somebody's clearly after us. Our next step was to reach to the Voodoo Boys and verify talk of a possible feud within the gang. They didn't want to talk to us, but they did make an emphatic statement by hacking the computer of one of our reporters and leaving the message reading, "Didn't do it, EOT." We didn't consider the topic ended, however, and continued our investigation, ultimately reaching a former associate of a high-ranked VDB member. She talked freely and openly about the situation. Girl wasn't one of us. If she were, we wouldn't hide it. VDBs liked theatrics. We always take responsibility for our actions. So then, if neither of the gangs is responsible for the murder, who is? The streets are abuzz with gossip and conspiracy theories. She was a scav mole for the VBDs, or, you know, the other way around, said one Dogtown resident, who, fearing retribution, prefers to remain anonymous. Heard it was a case of forbidden love. A voodoo girl fell in love with a scav, and this is the outcome, claimed one female Dogtown citizen. Found her first and saw how totally fried she was. Positive she was a mule, a virus carrier, you know? Her goal was to infect everyone in Terra Cognita, but her ice got all fucked and she self-fried. Good riddance, if you ask me. Live by the sword, die by the sword, and all that, said an older citizen who approached us while we were conducting our inquiries. But who hung her over the gate, if that's what happened? Oh, fuck off, you journo hacks. Nitpicking when someone says something smart. We kept digging, looking for answers and checking with all our sources, to no avail. But just when we were ready to give up, someone sent us CCTV footage from the Barghest vehicle control outpost by the gate. What we saw there was puzzling to say the least. A woman exits a car. Video quality is too low to determine her identity with 100% accuracy, but she definitely resembles the murdered Haitian. Suddenly, the woman starts twitching and convulsing, but nobody cares enough to help her. The woman falls to the ground and she finally goes limp. One of the guards finally lights a cigarette and continues his conversation with his colleague. Finally, the smoking guard gets the woman's car and drives away from the station. The other guard drags the body into the darkness and out of the shot. What has transpired on that fateful night at the Darktown border? It is possible we'll never know. Barghest remains silent on the matter, and any witnesses, other than the brave soul who sent us the video and never contacted us again, refuse to come forward. That doesn't mean we're willing to abandon our investigation. Is it possible that Kurt Hansen's men are trying to escalate the conflict between the Scavs and the Voodoo Boys? If that's the case, what is their ultimate goal in doing so? Be sure to read the next edition of Dogtown Exposed, where we may provide new information on the matter. Didn't I already activate the implant?
Côté isolé. Yago ça, c'est un petit chat. Allez, ça c'est pas territoire.
I have good news. We will talk. I will not shed your blood. A very good deal.
Mwen fout avec you.
Is it Yago you await? He's not coming. Havana has removed him from the picture.
Catella. Isitla.
Here, yes. But I have no quarrel with you. What happens next is your choice.
Jacob faible. Il pral rencontrer ça le mérité un jour.
Assez. Pas voli. En allez.
It's one line to get rid of these guys. Works for me.
Gotta wait for the man.
Out in the open? Ah, want a face-off, do ya? Aguilar, you saucy senor. There they are. Gonk's got no clue what's coming. Think I'm gonna shed a tear.
Something ain't right, boss.
And you are...
I answered with my own question. Do you know what happens when someone in Havana lights a cigar?
Somewhere in the world, Aguilar takes a life.
So they say. Do you know what else they say? That you have angered the wrong people. We know of your plan to oust Bennett. We know of your new allies. The Voodoo Boys? Poor choice. My superiors follow Christ, Iago.
I never intended any disrespect. What happens now?
I spoke with the Voodoos. They understood their lives are worth more. Now I speak with you and wonder about the value of yours.
Aguilar, please. It's not what you think. May I explain, at least?
Very well, but be quick.
Bennett is an Arasaka pawn. They courted him until he cracked. Then they waited. They needed the Colonel to die. I don't know what they promised him, but I do know what they want. Control of Dogtown.
You have proof of Bennett's deception, I trust.
Know where to find it. He goes to the city center often, Republic Way. The building's a front, occupied by a dummy corp owned by Arasaka. As to Bennett's biz there, ask him, press him. You'll see him right. Please pass my gratitude along to your superiors.
I don't get the option to say,
Let's
go
go.
back off. Well, that's a shame.
Plot thickens. Once they're gone, uncloak for your face melts like Scott chocolate.
Just getting started, Johnny.
Guess you ought to keep hands in the loop. Or We could see what his favorite son's cooking up with fucking Arasaka. After all, Dogtown's future hangs in the balance.
Well played, Aguilar. High five, mi hermano cubano.
Hey, V. Ready for this?
Don't sound so hot. Sure you're all right?
Not quite. It is what it is.
Okay. Should I be worried?
Won't help if you do. Just do your part. Grabbed us a ride. I'm parked. Sending you the courts.
Join you soon.
Vesper, you lovely gentleman, how are you doing tonight? And welcome to your Raiders. How goes? I think I should be able to take a minute here and do a proper shout out for you. For those of you not familiar with Vesper and Fortune, he is a Bat of Fortune, also a fine broadcaster in his own right. I didn't see what you were playing today, but I did see that you were streaming. What were you up to tonight? I will say for... regardless of what Vesper was playing individually today, I do kind of know him a little bit better as a RPG streamer. Not exclusively, but that's mostly what I've sort of seen him play lately. And I also had the great pleasure of watching him do the Weather Factory games. Although he does also have this nice little setup where he does sort of talks, whether that's something about the Satanic Panic or his undying fondness for Ronald Reagan or any other Astalon for today. I don't believe I'm familiar with that one. I am, of course, kidding about the Ronald Reagan thing. Meet with Bennett before Kurt Hansen's wake. Yeah, I feel like I should call... Hans first. Not too bad. Busy. I've been spending a lot of time at work lately, but...
Have you made progress? Has Yago reconsidered?
Has indeed. Also, Voodoo Boys are out of the equation.
Splendid. Have you anything else to add?
Actually, yeah. Yago claims Bennett and Arasaka are fucking.
A man with his balls in a vice makes many interesting sounds. A fixer, however, separates fact from the spewings of a panicked soul. My concern now, not yours. Still, I thank you for telling me.
What now?
Time to pay tribute to the fallen. Aguilar will attend Hansen's funeral service and ensure a smooth transfer of power.
Uh-huh. Sounds like you expect trouble.
Such events can trigger geysers of raw emotion. No two people grieve alike, and rarely rationally. Ceremony and wake both at the Black Sapphire. Aguilar should enter without a hitch.
Got it.
Le roi est mort, vive le roi. Good luck, V.
Leroy. Okay, we are going to meet with Bennett, and then we are going to... we're going to go and do Songbird's mission. So what is the... what is Astalon about? But yeah, my day's been pretty good. I do hear from people concerned about overwork. And I actually appreciate the thought, but the thing is, I do actually quite like what I do. So I've never spent the extra time at work because I feel like I can't get everything done within my workday. But I do tend to find that I have a little bit more momentum in some places than others. So when I'm on a roll, I'll kind of want to keep going on a roll. And if I don't, if I don't maintain that momentum, it just takes me a bit longer to get everything done. So I probably wouldn't put in that same kind of time if I was in my old job, but the current one, I'm feeling not so bad about it. But yeah, it does mean that I am feeling quite tired for the streams, and I don't know if that's meant that the broadcasts sort of suffer for it, or if there's maybe just a little bit, things are a little bit more quiet in chat, but doing my best to entertain as much as I can. Astalon is about 3 characters trying to save their village from being poisoned by gorgons in a tower. I'm gonna have to check this out. Chester Bennett, a heap of muscle and chrome bearing the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in Barghast. Bennett was Kurt Hansen's sidekick from the days when they both served in the army, where he stood out for his strength and determination on the battlefield, but also his lack of discipline and sadism. He avoided jail time for his war crimes only because of Hansen's intervention, and only to him is Bennett unswervingly loyal. When the ashes of the war settled over Pacifica in 2070, Bennett emerged as commander of the armed forces of the freshly formed Barghast. He continues in that role to this day, inspiring respect mixed with fear among his subordinates. Obedient to Hansen, he never crosses the line without an explicit order, but his favorite pastime remains hanging people from lampposts. Diego Sabo. If Barghast was a legitimate operation, Diego would be its CFO and his name would be on platinum-coated business cards. For now, he has to settle with the unofficial position of the organization's treasurer. He has a real numbers whisperer, a virtuoso accountant, and the bane of stubborn contractors. Though he may seem the odd one out in a highly militarized structure, Diego aims high and works diligently to achieve his goals. His friendly disposition is only a facade behind which lies a cold, calculating intellect. Now, I am actually going to object to this idea that may seem the odd one out in a highly militarized culture, and I can bring facts and logic to this. So just give me one quick second. It's going to take me a minute to find this. Eventually it becomes more about the journey of the characters growing close in order to prevent death in the tower. One character has made a pact with the Titan of Death in order not to die. Interesting. Sorry, I just want to see if I can find the official document. That is the best. Okay, so I've got an update. Where is this? Okay, here we go. Now, I haven't actually read this recently, but here we have the Commandant's reading list. Now, this is for the Marine Corps. So, Commandant's Choice for all Marines. First to Fight by Victor Krulak. Huey's 1968 by Mark Bowden. Leader's Bookshelf. Legacy, What the All Blacks Can Teach Us About the Business of Life. Machine Platform Crowd. That's got to be... I've actually seen Bjorn Olsen. I know he's an economist. I'm not sure about McAfee. Non-Obvious, Warfighting, and A World in Disarray. Richard Haas. I think he's still kind of the chief of the Council on Foreign Relations. But anyways... Each Marine shall read a minimum of 5 books from the Commandant's Choice or grade level sections each year. The grade level titles are separated into 5 levels for both enlisted Marines and officers. These levels coincide with specific ranks, and Marines should attempt to read all titles within their level prior to proceeding to a higher level. In addition to the reading list, Marines are highly encouraged to incorporate periodicals into their reading regimens. Scholarly and professionally oriented articles published by independent magazines and journals foster innovation, PME development, critical study of the profession of arms, and serious discussion regarding topics of interest to the Marine Corps. Professional publications inform debate on current topical issues of relevance to the Marine Corps and promote intellectual growth of the individual Marine. So, we've got Entry-Level Enlisted, Battle Cry by Leon Uris, Core Values, Gates of Fire by Stephen Pressfield. I believe Pressfield was a Marine. This is about Thermopylae. Grit and Starship Troopers. Johnny Rico. Entry-level officer, candidate midshipman, battle cry, core values, gates of fire. I'm staying with my boys. My men are my heroes, starship troopers, and the killer angels. Primary level enlisted, private first class, lieutenant corporal, Chesty, Ender's Game, The Last Stand of Fox Company, Marines of Montford Point, On Call in Hell, Ready Player One, Rifleman Dodd, The Warrior Ethos, again, Pressfield. Primary level officer, second lieutenant, first lieutenant. All Quiet on the Western Front, The Water's Edge, Chesty, Fields of Fire, Ready Player One, The Defense of Hill 781, The Last Stand of Fox Company, The Marines of Montford Point, What It Is Like to Go to War, What Now, Lieutenant with the Old Breed, Career Level Enlisted, Corporal Sergeant, Battle Leadership, Ghost Fleet, Left of Bang, I've always heard Left of Boom, but on combat, on killing, outliers. Oh, I'm mad that this is on the commandant's reading list. Resilience, the defense of Duffer's Drift's Dirt, the Killer Angels, Revenge of Geography. We were soldiers once and young, with the old breed. Career level officer, warrant officer. It's W02. Anyways, captain. Assault on the Sea, American Spartans, Fields of Fire, Curious, Forgotten Warrior, Into the Tiger's Jaw, Neptune's Inferno, On Killing, Out of the Mountains, Starfish and the Spider, The Kind of War, War Made New, What Now, Lieutenant. Peasants entered Warcraft Rumble. Intermediate level enlisted, All Quiet on the Western Front, American Spartans, Fields of Fire, Leading Change, My Men Are My Heroes, Once an Eagle, The Changing Face of War, The Innovators by Walter Isaacson, Thinking Fast and Slow, Daniel Kahneman, This Kind of War, Towards the Flame by Hervey Allen. Intermediate level officer, After the Prophet, Cobra 2, Command Culture, Countdown to Zero, Defeat into Victory, Fleet Tactics and Naval Operations, Military Innovation in the Interwar Period, Monsoon, Storming the City, Team of Teams, The Blitzkrieg, The Innovators, The Mind of War, The Utility of Force, The Warriors, This Kind of War. Senior level enlisted, Achilles in Vietnam, Command Culture, Forgotten Warriors, Just and Unjust Wars, No Bended Knee, On Combat, Start with Y. I am not a fan of Simon Sinek. Team of Teams, The Face of Battle, The Guns of August, The Inevitable, The Innovator's Dilemma, The Singularity is Near. I do question some of these choices, by the way. And then senior level officers, this would go up to General, Another Bloody Century, Assignment, Pentagon, Chairman G remakes the PLA, Dereliction of Duty, Diplomacy, Every War Must End, Little Book of Economics, Stillwell and the American Experience, Strategy, A History, Supreme Command, Team and Rivals. This thing is like, there was a time where it was like basically every member of Congress was reading this and making terrible decisions because they wanted to take the mantle of Lincoln but did not have the capabilities. The Federalist Papers, The Guns of August, The Inevitable, The Innovator's Development, The Landmark Thucydides, The Soldier in the State, and Treasury's War. So why take the time to read through all of this, right? Well, you can see the move from, Battle Cry, Core Value, Gates of Fire. Like, so, when you have Gates of Fire and Starship Troopers, these are definitely stories of like, this is what it's like to go to war, right? And as you go to more and more senior roles, you start seeing the sorts of things that you would expect to see on management shelves, right? Little Book of Economics. If you're a general, yes, you do need to consider the broader context in which this is happening. Diplomacy, Dereliction of Duty. This I think is I think this is. I don't think it's just about McNamara, but anyways, it's about the sort of failures that led Vietnam to be Vietnam. Thucydides. There's the famous idea of the Thucydides trap. But again, you don't just have to be in these upper levels of sort of colonels and generals, right? If you notice things like the Innovator's Dilemma, these will still be in some of the more senior roles. So this is just one of the things where I don't think like what the game is trying to communicate is like, every person involved in a military outfit is just some sort of meathead. But with this idea of with this idea of, it may seem the odd one out in a highly militarized culture. It is maybe where, so like, if you think of it, right, I think most people's kind of ideas of the whole hoorah, He-Men, purely focused on combat groups, this would definitely be the Marines. But I definitely feel like you can actually look at the evidence, right? You can say on the commandant, if you don't read if you don't do the required reading, they will let you know. They will definitely, you will be, you will face the consequences if you don't do the required reading. But as you go more senior, you are absolutely going to be looking at these kinds of things, because how you get to places and how you create the conditions under which you are able to do the work matter a lot. It's one of the reasons why you see so much freaking out about sort of where the borders are and where people have access to certain things, right? Because, in the case of North America, we are quite lucky in the sense that we all basically get along, and that, there are these oceans sort of protecting us. Whereas if you're in a different part of the world, you have considerably different decisions that you need to make in terms of either where you're going to defend yourself, but also if you want to project power, how you're going to go about doing that. And so even just simple, like, so I remember when I was looking at possible jobs to do in terms of like the reserves or something like that, I do know the fact that I knew economics. I happen to know that they had a shortage of people for logistics, but apparently one of the specializations within the officer, or for officers inside logistics, is specifically financial and economic matters, right? So it's not just, moving crates, but it's just simply making sure that the means to achieve these things are handled. So, and again, it's different. There's actually this one funny bit. There's a pretty good satire called Utopia. And they're talking about recruitment problems in the military. And they're like, well, do they shoot this? Like, oh no, we don't need any more of those people. We need people who can like repair trucks, and and basically dealing with the fact that there's a very strong natural resources sector in Australia, and so it can be very hard to get the recruits that you need when your alternative is to go work, for a mining company at a considerably higher wage. So, but I mean, this is stuff that matters, right? Even in the case of Canada, right? We're sending equipment to Ukraine. But there's definitely a concern about whether or not we could actually send what we wanted, simply because it may not necessarily be in the best of repair. I don't think there was actually a straight answer given. I remember there was an interview on it. I don't remember what the direct answer was. And while, at least the way Canada's forces are set up is the idea that you're a soldier first, so everybody will kind of do that same core training, and if it comes down to it, yes, you will be expected to sort of pick up a weapon and help out. But I think it's fair to say that the majority of the the day-to-day work that comes up is going to be a lot more about what specialization do you have, and it is going to be things like, can the equipment keep working? Do people have what they need, and so on and so forth. So anyways, I realize that is kind of a it's a little bit of a probably overdoing it in terms of that one little bit of writing, but I thought it was, I don't know, I find stuff like this interesting, right? Like, I don't know of a lot of cases where you can sit down. So like, think of it this way, right? Microsoft is a very large and successful company and has been that way for a long time. Or Nvidia, if you want something a little bit more, contemporary. These are companies that have been quite successful through good times and bad at being able to do their work, do it well, succeed, or overcome the challenging times when they were not performing as well as they could. Obviously, you know, NVIDIA has not been one constant trajectory up. There were times when people thought that that company may not make it. But it's probably pretty rare to have a company sort of put out a document that says, here are the books that we think sort of identify us as an organization, or here is a statement of our values and what we think is important for you to know to do your job well here. And however, I know a lot of people who would consider themselves sort of more on the progressive end of the spectrum, and to a level where they actually feel that there shouldn't be a military, or, you know, they're not really friends with me anymore, but I did have friends at a point who basically thought that NATO shouldn't exist. And for them, you know, I know they're not going to have the warmest idea of the military. And again, like, there are plenty of people like that. But I will say, I think there's something very interesting that for something like the Marine Corps, there is in fact a reading list, right? Something that tells you here is what they consider to be important enough that they expect everyone to have read this. And I always think that sort of stuff is just kind of interesting, right? Because it's an example of, it gives you some insight into the organization's thinking. And obviously I don't necessarily like every book that's on that list. So I do wish there were more examples of them. You can sometimes find a few others. So, like, there was a book on Bezos in the early years of Amazon called The Everything Store, and I think it had some books that Jeff Bezos considered pretty important and meaningful in terms of his own growth or his own priorities. But again, some of this stuff is it's not easy to find. So I always kind of like it when you actually have someone that just gives you a list right away. And it's obviously, it's not one of these, like, you know, it's a radio show and somebody needs to show off, you know, that they're mad, bad, and dangerous to know. Like, you know, obviously there's the kind of performative lists that people can come up with. But, you know, I have a feeling that probably the Commandant's reading list, you know, I think that many wasted person hours just to show, you know, they've got a library card. I think probably they're doing a little bit more than just showing off. There is actually one more tangent which I will share here. I really like this letter. Where is it? Oh, go to hell. Sorry, I gotta use the Wayback Machine on this. This is a historian's website, and they got rid of it. Ugh. Okay, this is going to be a little long, but I actually think this is worth reading. So this is James Mattis, former Secretary of Defense. Before that, General in the Marines. So in late 2003, a colleague of General James Mattis wrote to him asking for a few words on the importance of reading and military history for the officer, even where it might seem that one was, quote, too busy to read, end quote. His response went viral over email. Had it been in the time of Twitter, this blog piece would be unnecessary, but it enjoyed a wide distribution within the Marine Corps and eventually arrived in my inbox. As a military historian, I cannot minimize my appreciation that he wrote so eloquently on the subject. If it were only for that, the essay would be valuable, but his writing is valuable also because we rarely have opportunities to hear the unfiltered thoughts of leaders as well for his role in the history of recent conflicts. Much is written and believed to be known about the general as a warrior. Less is known about him as a true student of his profession. I would submit that it is quite impossible to correctly understand the former without proper interrogation of the latter. By this I mean one must first accept that a significant body of intellectual material sustains his actions and opinions, as is indicated in the messages. He devotes real effort to this aspect of his work. So, there is a base of knowledge that is always growing. On top of that, there are the benefits which accrue to those who think critically and engage with such material. Furthermore, there is consideration of the views of others, as in the breadth of his reading or response to my comments, suggesting that he has not fallen prey to the hubris of the powerful, which is to believe that they have all the answers. Good leaders don't only hear yes from the people around them. Thus, the insight these words give to his thinking and interests is invaluable. I also have to note that from a historian's perspective, this professional practice is fascinating. It is Hegel hurled at the maelstrom of emergent Clio, a manifestation of E.H. Carr's unending dialogue with past and present. There is an awful popular tendency to try to use history prescriptively. This is a bad idea. Very often lessons relied upon are incorrect or inappropriate. However, history, from quality works such as a critical thinking process whose substance also furthers understanding of regions, types of events, etc., can inform posterity for good effect. The General's essay is an exposition of this principle. Published with his permission, I would like to make it perfectly clear that except where I excise personal details regarding his correspondent, these messages are as he wrote them. I have, according to the current practice in the historical community, left them as they were in the originals. If there is shorthand, abbreviations, or minor errors, they reflect the reality that these were originally private correspondence. It was not the General's expectation at the time that they would be made public. In return for the odd aesthetic wobble, what you get is a rare insight into the thinking of a general officer, an experienced and battle-tested commanding officer, on how he thinks about materials and issues critically important to his profession by virtue of the public nature of his profession, posterity. Finally, note that these messages were written in the months leading up to his deployment to Iraq in command of, IMEF in February of 2004. Okay, so here is Mattis speaking for himself. Message 1 from General James Mattis on the matter of professional reading, 20th November 2003. The problem with being too busy to read is that you will learn by experience or by your men's experience, i.e. the hard way. By reading, you learn through others' experiences, generally a better way to do business, especially in our line of work where the consequences of incompetence are so final for young men. Thanks to my reading, I have never been caught flat-footed by any situation, never at a loss for how any problem has been addressed, successfully or unsuccessfully, before. It doesn't give me all the answers, but it lights what is often a dark path ahead. With TF-58, I had with me Slim's book about the Russian and British experiences in Afghanistan and a couple of others. Going into Iraq, The Siege, about the Brits' defeat at Al Qut in World War I, was required reading for field-grade officers. I also had Slim's book, reviewed T. Lawrence's 7 Pillars of Wisdom, a good book about the life of Gertrude Bell, the British archaeologist who virtually founded the modern Iraq state in the aftermath of World War I and the fall of the Ottoman Empire, from Beirut to Jerusalem. I also went deeply into Little Hart's book on Sherman, and Fuller's book on Alexander the Great got a lot of attention, although I never imagined my HQ would end up only 500 meters from where he lay in state in Babylon. As a side note, by the way, JFC Fuller was an occultist, was probably the one to innovate the idea of blitzkrieg, British officer, but unfortunately ended thinking that the wrong side won World War II. So he's a very interesting example of how the places that innovate certain ideas are not necessarily the ones that adopt them, and that's sort of what the innovator's dilemma is dealing with, which is precisely why you will see something like that on the Commandant's reading list. Ultimately, a real understanding of history means that we face nothing new under the sun. For all the fourth generation of war intellectuals running around today saying that the nature of war has fundamentally changed, the tactics are wholly new, etc., I must respectfully say, not really. Alex the Great would not be in the least bit perplexed by the enemy that we face right now in Iraq, and our leaders going into this fight do their troops a disservice by not studying, vice just reading, the men who have gone before us. We have been fighting on this planet for 5,000 years, and we should take advantage of their experience. Winging it and filling body bags as we sort out what works reminds us of the moral dictates and the cost of incompetence in our profession. As commanders and staff officers, we are the coaches and sentries for our units. How can we coach anything if we don't know a hell of a lot more than just the TTPs? What happens when you're on a dynamic battlefield and things are changing faster and higher than things are changing faster than higher HQ can stay abreast? Do you not adapt because you cannot conceptualize faster than the enemy's adaptation? Darwin has a pretty good theory about the outcome for those who cannot adapt to changing circumstance. In the information age, things can change rather abruptly and at warp speed, especially the moral high ground around which our regimented thinkers cede far too quickly in our recent fights. And how can you be a sentinel if you and not have your unit caught flat-footed if you don't know what the warning signs are? That your unit's preps are not sufficient for the specifics of a tasking that you have not anticipated. Perhaps if you are in support functions, waiting on the warfighters to spell out the specifics of what you are to do, you can avoid the consequences of not reading. Those who must adapt to overcoming an independent enemy's will are not allowed that luxury. This is not new to the USMC approach on warfighting. Going into Kuwait 12 years ago, I read and reread Rommel's papers. Remember Capstaffel, Montgomery's book, Eyes Officers, Grant Takes Command, Need for Commanders to Get Along, Commanders' Relationships Being More Important Than Command Relationships, and some others. As a result, the enemy paid when I had the opportunity to go against them, and I believe that many of my young boys lived because I didn't waste their lives, because I didn't have the vision in my mind of how to destroy the enemy, at least cost to our guys and to the innocents on the battlefields. Hope that answers your question. I will CC my ADC in the event he can add to this. He is the only officer I know who has read more than I. Semper Fi, Mattis. Message 2 from Jill Russell to General Mattis, 26 November 2003. Sir, your message to the Colonel was forwarded to me by a colleague. As I am a military historian, he knew I would appreciate its content. I offer here a response to one portion of your message, which taken as a whole was as eloquent a statement on the value of history as I've come across. You wrote, for all the fourth generation of war intellectuals running around today saying that the nature of war has fundamentally changed, the tactics are not wholly new, etc., I must respectfully say not really. I would submit that fourth generation war thinkers do not at all eschew the study of military history. If you take Van Crevild's On Future War as an example of the genre, his entire case is based on the examination of aspects of war across the full span of military history. Take as an example of this his treatment of the changing ideas about prisoners of war who were at one time in history allowed parole to travel home and collect ransom payment. If there is any concern amongst fourth-generation thinkers regarding the use of military history to inform current thoughts on military affairs, it is directed at the dead hand of recent operational and strategic history, where past success and dominance are used to define the future, even if the future of warfare seems headed elsewhere. If I were going into Iraq in winter of 2004, I might include a few books on the CAP and Evans Carlson. It's a pity that the new bio of him will not be out in time. I think of these not because they are particularly or specifically prescriptive for the current situation, but rather as examples of Marines in history who looked at a situation and arrived at an answer that differed from the standard. Are the donkeys a sign of genius rather than weakness? That each of these unorthodox answers turned out to be correct in many respects is gravy. Also, Evans Carlson was himself an avid reader, bringing many varied volumes with him on his travels throughout China during 1937/8. My favorite amongst his selections was The Education of Henry Adams. Of course, I would be more than just curious to hear your selections. Best wishes for a very happy Thanksgiving to you and your Marines. VR Jill Sergeant Russell. Message 3, this is the last one, from General Mattis to Jill Russell, 26 November 2003. Dear Ms. Russell, thank you for taking the time to write. I quickly scratched my note off to the Colonel in response to a question and regret if my comments about fourth generation of warfare stuff touched a raw nerve on some folks. I did not intend it to personally or to anyone who studies war. I have a problem with those who carry an ahistorical view of war into acceptance of the latest bumper sticker, war in its various permutations is not new to me, and some folks have glommed onto fourth generation war concept to say everything is new. History has little, no, place anymore because of how different things are, etc., etc. I regret any misunderstanding that my hastily written note has caused. Wholly my responsibility. That said, I appreciate your reading suggestions. Obviously, you don't triangulate using bumper stickers. My own list changes from mission to mission, location to location, etc., and perhaps one day we can shoot the breeze about good books. My best new ideas, of course, come from the old books, which are a passion with me. Until then, I am happy to know we have folks like you studying military history, engaged in deciphering what is going on from an unregimented, intellectually rigorous perspective. Best wishes and Semper Fi, Mattis. So, again, this is definitely overdoing it in terms of just sort of one sort of throwaway comment in terms of this type of character. But I do think that there can be some value in talking about these things or thinking about them. Sorry, 1 second. But yeah, it's always very interesting. I mean, again, this is someone who, again, not just a general of the Marines, but in fact, eventually rose to Secretary of Defense. I think this sort of stuff is kind of worth looking into, just because it is very different from what you might imagine. I mean, an idea here of someone who is about to go, about to be deployed somewhere. Taking the time to have an engagement with a historian and, doing, I think, a very admirable job of sort of defending his views while also, offering a clarification in terms of something that may not have sat well with the historian. And more importantly, too, touches on something I think is really important, which is the value of reading. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not all Chester Bennett. There's actually a really important role for the brainy ones. That's right. Are you joining the Marines now, Vesper? Out of curiosity, had any of you encountered those writings before? You can fix it, Vesper. You can be the one. You can change the reading list. Ah, you're an anarchist. Sorry, the one point that I didn't get across the other thing I did want to point out too, the reason why I took the time with that particular character was, given the fact that Varghast is kind of on its own, right? It can't rely on the NUSA to provide it with new material. I mean, obviously there's the airdrops coming in, but finding out where you get those supplies from, and obviously in the case of hey, last race is going down on the highway. Whole city will be watching. Starting lines in Charter Hill overlooking North Oak. Flicking you the cords. Call me when you get there. Can't wait. You know, answering that question of how do you keep the thing going, it's an important one. And of course, Hansen is definitely set up as somebody who feels that he doesn't just have control of Dogtown, but that he's actually able to sort of build his own sort of operation there in terms of being a bit of an arms dealer and such. Oh, I really want to steal that car, but I'm so close to the mission.
High time Aguilar had a word with Bennett.
Ain't our guy that. Probably his hustle. Take him out now, just in case. Save yourself the headache later. Tell you what Aguilar do. Dump the body, stat. Then wait for Bennett in the ride. Get the jump on him.
Yeah, I sure regret killing that corpse. Alright, no problem, Vesper. I probably won't be around too much longer, but I'm happy to have you lurk, just as I'm happy to have you in chat.
I think we're on the same page. They agreed to back me. 2 unmarked tactical units in Dogtown.
Gordon, let's roll. But what a grind. Japanese suits have their neckties tied so fucking tight. Wait, who? Oh fuck, Aguilar!
So you know now how the Japanese tie their neckties. Do you know the Colombian way? The Colombians cut open your neck. Pull your tongue out through the hole. It sounds complicated, but I've had plenty of practice.
Aguilar, please, listen to me. I know what this must look like. This fuckhead Yago.
Your accountant.
He's trying to cut me out. Arasaka's promised to have my back.
All they want in exchange is access to our smuggling routes.
No, what they seek is control of your smuggling routes. Only a fool would think otherwise.
I'm out to secure the future. For my organization. For your bosses.
And if Iago was not the problem? Perhaps I've spoken to him already. Perhaps he has realized the error of his ways.
A slippery leech, that one.
I know a lie when I hear one. I know Iago did not lie. He will support you. As will I.
Well, now that's a different story. One Cuban in my corner is worth more than 10 Arasaka boardrooms. Agreed. We have a deal. I'll forget about the Japanese. One last question. Where the fuck is my driver?
You should forget about him, too. Prim work, Aguilar. Time for a breather, though.
I guess I should probably feel a bit bad about the driver, but he was menacing me. Okay. I'm going to go to my car, and then we're going to read Songbird's message. The alley by N54 News HQ. Meet me there. Ooh, that way now. Oh wow, we're right here.
Fuck. You look pretty,
The senses are going. Seeing dark spots. It's hard to breathe.
Wanna help? Tell me how.
What the hell took so long?
So, yeah. I talked to Reed.
Huh. And?
Stubborn old bastard. Reed.
Poke long enough, you could drill a hole. Anything new? Anything at all?
Bit of lecturing, a few FIA-backed threats thrown in. You know the drill.
Ah, negotiating by the book. That's what everybody at the firm called it.
Wouldn't call what happened negotiating by the book. No. Reed goes for the jugular.
Unrivaled in that, yeah. Let's roll.
Don't look so hot. Think you'll manage?
That'll depend heavily on you. Black Clinic, remember? It's on Luna. Got a flight all lined up to get me there.
Wow, quite the coup.
Coup schmoo, it's my last resort. In all likelihood, I'll serve as their lab rat once there. AI's within the neural matrix. They're going to extract it. Create a prototype cure for us. I'll contact you. As soon as they're ready for us both. I promise.
Oh, don't love the idea. Smells risky as hell. For us both.
Well, Any risk-free options are way out of reach by now. So, spaceflight means spaceport. NCX. It's where we're heading. Now, I can't just stride in. I draw attention from who knows who in my condition. So you'll stride in. Then head to the Tycho terminal. Find a side door to open for me.
What about spaceport security?
Tycho terminal's being renovated. So not many bodies. Lots of cover. Also minimal security, probably. Can't ignore that factor.
I think I can afford a couple points in yeah, I usually put points in there anyway. Should probably take the time to so we've got vulnerability, better. Okay, that's tempting. So this is a total of 4. We can do both.
Think you might be too weak to now run solo. Let me share my personal with you.
All this shit's too much. Damn, V. I've wronged so many. Hurt so many. Can't help wondering if it's even avoidable. You know? Hurting others?
Dunno.
I don't know either. Boots or feet?
Relax.
Read. V.
Yeah?
I don't want to die. Can't help but regret. I just... Help me. Ditch this town.
Meds are kicking in. You're all right.
We shouldn't linger. Grab the wheel. Could you?
I'm slightly tempted. I don't think I have the points for it. I'd have to put all of it into technical ability. Let's go for it.
Let me scan you. Need to know how you're doing. State you're in.
Whatever you want.
Shit. This isn't right. Degen's fast. Too fast for any known pathogen. Metastasis is spreading straight from the brain. Said Tycho Terminal's closed for refurbishment. Sure you can fly out of there in spite?
Got a one-way ticket. From someone who follows their own rules.
You've had shit luck with partners lately.
Till you came along. Working out kinda okay.
Try and rest up.
All right. Status severely unstable. Pathology unknown. Neuroimaging abnormal. Prognosis poor. Diagnosis inconclusive. Suspected metastases. Error code 11 11 11 11 11 01 11 11 01 11 11 01 11 10 11 11 01 X. Hello, Cured. Thanks for stopping by.
Shit.
Orbital Air welcomes you to Night City International and Translunar. We kindly remind you that vehicles on spaceport grounds must adhere to the speed limit. Travelers are required to abide by all safety protocols and follow instructions from spaceport personnel. Orbital Air reserves the right to immediately and indefinitely detain any persons behaving aggressively towards other travelers. I wonder if I can save here. Yeah.
Steel yourself. We'll be pulling in.
Thinking back to that first contact you made. We've come a long way.
Haven't quite reached its end yet. Obviously, you can't be packing when you go in. Standard spaceport security. Leave your iron with me. I'll have it when we meet up again.
Maybe I mask up. I mean, Reed does know my face.
If I'd tag you by the tech sig as you went through security, it's their gear. They'd finger it anywhere.
So, what's your super spy secret for being invisible, moving on the sly?
Just act normal, like any other passenger. Don't stop and talk, make eye contact, linger or look aimless. You have a terminal and a gate to get to.
Sure as shit hope I don't run flat into some FIA snoop.
They're agents of a foreign government operating in the Free City, illegally. Have to behave like puppy bots set to easy obedience mode. So again, Tycho Terminal. Get there unnoticed by anyone who matters. Eyes peeled for orbital air guards especially. We can't know what they'll be watching for.
Join up soon.
Orbital Air welcomes you to NCX, Night City International and Translunar. Orbital Air welcomes you to NCX, Orbital Air.
Okay, on the ports net.
I firmly protest
The
it.
steer clear of
You've no
bogies.
right to
Get
bow
against
down my
cyber.
implants. The Mr. Stud does not qualify as a weapon.
Welcome to Night City International and Translunar, your gateway to the world and the stars. I need to temporarily power down any unauthorized implants, personal link, and the panel, please.
Attention all passengers.
Wait, unauthorized implants? Specifically?
A detailed schedule was in the spaceport terms and conditions. You acknowledged, and you purchased your ticket.
Is at 380 minutes.
Right, of course.
Estimated delay is subject to change.
Be chill. Draw no attention.
Implant power down, complete. For biometric ID authentication, please look at the camera.
Wait! Don't yet! Buy me some time. Need to link your metrics to a fake profile.
Which cam would that be?
That one.
Not sure what you want me to do.
Look at the camera, please. It'll be over in a few seconds.
All set. Go ahead. Do it.
Scans all good. Orbital Air thanks you for your cooperation and your patronage.
Okay, now you need to let me in. Tycho Terminal. Go. And drop.
Cyber Inactive Orbital Air kindly informs you that your combat implants have been temporarily deactivated. They will be reactivated upon arrival at your destination. Thank you for your cooperation, and we wish you a pleasant fight.
Absolutely no eyes.
I couldn't give a shit. Apology to our viewers. Opening ceremony, like coverage. That's what they expect.
Games start in a few hours. That's hours.
What about
Firefight could break out any second. They're none the wiser. Think, you're standing there, imagining the preem boobs that try to glue on you out in orbit. Next thing you know, the panic hurts.
Regard for the other passengers. I'll come down when I fucking land.
Same thought you had at Arasaka Towers. You pulled the pin on the bomb.
Careful. I can sting too.
Got some work to finish. Come on.
What's with these mechs, huh?
The mechs are fine. It's the auto dock lock that's poor.
Shut down triggering when the alarm goes off, right?
It should be. Hand me the torps.
How to switch on a mech, a guide for beginner techies. With mechs, what you see is what you get. No matter the brand or model, you'll find a button to switch it on. All it takes is a simple push, nothing more. If that mech still hasn't switched on, it's probably broken. You can find more information on handling such a situation in our manual, How to Repair a Mech, a guide for semi-advanced techies. Complications start to arise when the mech is programmed to switch on remotely. If the mech still doesn't switch on in spite of its programming, or worse, it switches on by itself, the best solution is to seek a netrunner's assistance. Thought I saw another shard. There we go. I'm sorry. Aluna, you know it isn't that simple. I need someone who will be waiting for me when I come home after a 20-hour flight. Will make me a risotto, massage my feet, and give me my sleeping pill. And will still be there when I wake up. It's not your fault nor mine. I hope you'll understand.
Hey, hold on. We know each other, remember? Agony. I'm a regular.
Okay, I'm not a regular.
Huh. Must know you from some club, I'm sure of it.
Doubt it.
Got it! Yeah! Razor! Oh, you slapped him silly! Excellent fucking show of force! Hey, would you sign my chest? Or, I don't know. Let me get a pic with you.
Sure. Preem.
I like the fact that they actually put you in the camera mode, but I just got to get out of this. Please release me.
Nova! Damn! My peeps gonna shit themselves out of envy!
What are you doing, V?
That is the appropriate response.
Terminal under construction. Bathroom under construction. What is the fucking NC metro station?
Sponsored content. Crystal Palace, your place among the stars. Reserve your apartment with a view of Earth and gaze upon humanity from on high. You're worth it. Crystal Palace. Meet our famous guests. Crystal Palace is where politicians, entrepreneurs, and people of culture love to meet. No surprise there, our incredible variety of entertainment and cuisine is unmatched within the known universe. But don't take it from us. See what our previous visitors have to say. Olivia Ito, head chef at Konpeki Plaza. I experienced a literal full-body orgasm from just tasting the food at the Crystal Palace. Kitty Fernandez, stand-up comedian. In my private life, I'm all doom and gloom, but during my week at Crystal Palace, I literally could not stop smiling. So I decided to sue them for giving me wrinkles. Ron Zamperini, BD studio producer, hardcore. Mohammed bin Faisal, heir apparent to the throne, so luxurious that I felt right at home. Gotta work on your aim there, my friend. All right, so I definitely heard a Johnny sound.
Restroom. Got an open ventilation shaft.
Right. Connect straight to the maglev train tunnel.
On the platform.
Fun.
Train's running though. Tunnel's an option. If I'm fast enough.
I'm not.
Attention all passengers. Tycho terminal.
I got FIA agents on the ON. They breached.
Detection by orbital security means a brawl, I see.
No chance of detection. Our people are the best. Invisible to me too. I didn't know what to look for.
Our people, huh?
Just hurry the hell up. V?
Still breathing. Shit. Close. Never again.
Yeah, trains can be oil bricks.
Whoa.
Tycho Terminal now. Where do I go from that side or back door?
Minor clusterfuck. Forget back inside doors. We need a new plan.
What the hell's up, Song?
I had to skedaddle. Orbital security started sniffing around the van.
God damn it.
Important notice, Orbital Air kindly reminds you about the ongoing modernization of Tycho Terminal. All flights to Luna have been suspended until further notice. For your safety, please immediately return to the main hall. We apologize for any inconvenience.
Got it. Let's try the roof. Construction site elevator. Find
Roger
it.
that.
Oh, crap. Confiscated. Painting on parquet wood, 75 by 59 centimeters. Unknown artist. Portrait of a young dark-haired man in a white shirt and a black... and a black hat on the right side window showing a fragment of landscape. Razor has been ordered. Belt made from ammunition for semi-automatic precision rifle, Midnight Arms, SOR-22, bird's egg, parrot, height approximately 57 millimeters, weight approximately 30 grams, very good condition. Note, third egg confiscated this month, suspected organized criminal activity. Rubber baton, aka dildo. Ritual seppuku knife, identifying features letters, initials, JJ engraved on one handle. Okay, double 55s, F... Okay. Oh, crap. 55 E9, double 7As, yes. So if I can get the 1C E9, I can. And there will be company waiting for me.
Your actions are...
Not exactly a subtle approach here, but... I don't think I read the emails. Okay, I'm actually kind of happy that I got past any combat as well. So I'm going to take the time. First of all, we will check the messages. Monthly report, Sheena Malik, OA member of the board, Mamani Jacobs, Courtbud construction engineer. Hello, I am once again requesting that you immediately send a progress report as well as the reasons as to why we're behind schedule. Best regards. From Mamani Jacobs to Sheena Malik, monthly report behind schedule, we're completely screwed. Reasons include subpar building materials as well as not being able to find workers for the pay we're offering. Given the current situation, what course of action do you suggest we take? I suggest you stop trying to cut corners on literally everything. Tycho Terminal modernization status. Greetings on behalf of the board of Night City International and Translunar. I'd like to file a report on the progress of Tycho Terminal's modernization, hereafter referred to as Terminal. Unfortunately, in violation of their contractual obligations, Courtbud, hereinafter referred to as the contractor, has repeatedly postponed the terminal's date of final acceptance. According to the contractor, the delays in schedule are caused by substandard construction materials and a shortage in workers. In light of the present situation, the board recommends temporarily increasing investment in the terminal's renovation, while at the same time preparing to initiate legal proceedings against the contractors. Sincerely, Sheena Malik, member of the board, Night City International and Translunar. Guest from Nairobi, Sheena Malik, OA member of the board. Haveri Za Ashbui. Due to the prestigious undertaking that is the modernization of Tycho Terminal at NCX, we are proud to welcome Mr. Kojo Kariuki from Orbital Air's HQ in Nairobi. During this visit, additional safety protocols will come into effect. NCX employees are requested to refrain from expressing their personal opinions with Mr. Kariuki and/or observations on the course of and/or organization of the renovation works, and to omit any mentions of the unfortunate incident that occurred in the main hall bathrooms. Okay, so first thing I want to do here is find any... Anybody who might cause me problems. A little late for that, but... So I do have the option of basically the insta-kill if I wind up in trouble. Okay, so someone's looking at me from this angle, but we got a wall, so no worries yet. This guy on patrol's a little bit of a worry. So if I can, I will get rid of them first. I guess I have the option of doing a distraction, but I don't think it'll be required. Definitely could have gone quite bad there. Okay. Important message. Orbital Air has been forced to close all security gates due to technical issues. We apologize for any inconvenience.
Okay. What? Where now?
Now we get creative.
Need deets.
I managed to reach the roof. Lower bit though. Need your help to climb higher and join you.
No plan's my favorite way to go. Need a few minutes.
Giving you just one, no more.
Better look around.
Okay. That is a costly ping. So heading down, I can make a little bit more progress. They might turn around before I'm ready to work, though. Crap. Okay. This is gonna get particularly awkward. If that other guy turns around, yep. Okay. I know Songbird wants me to hustle, but actually, I'm gonna make this easier for myself. You're kidding me, I can't get this guy. There we go. Obviously left me short on options.
Move it, B.
If we run
Scan
into
the roof
anybody
or
else.
something.
No way this'll hold the weight.
I can hear you. You know that, right?
Useless this. Rain's pouring. Fire hose.
So me, got an idea.
Catch, Song. Let me know when you're ready.
Got it.
Grip it tight. Just a little more. Fuck, no, no, no. Gotcha. You're here. Here.
Too fucking close. Next time? Just shouldn't be a next time. Not like this. V? V, what's with you?
You know, barely clinging on to life. Both of us.
I'm sorry.
Stop it. It'll be over soon. Thanks in no small part to you.
Your weapons.
No gun, no fun.
Cyberware Active. Orbital Air kindly informs you that your combat implants have been reactivated. Thank you for using our services, and we wish you a pleasant stay. Okay, I don't want to get too creative. I will put the mission pistol. It's as much as I'd like to put Her Majesty back. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Her Majesty.
Hold up.
What is it?
Catching a radio sig. Shit. Encrypted channel.
I wonder who it could be.
Can you breach? Listen in?
Giving it a shot. Need to move on quietly, V. Another fuck up and we're done for.
Hey, did what I could.
Have to try harder. Sly and smooth.
This way. Oh shit. SIGs. An NUS comms frequency.
Myers?
Incoming. 4 to 5 secs. No more. In here. Quick.
Fuck me. FI'll find us. Reed said so.
Hasn't yet. Let's keep it that way. Fuck. She's on board. They're gonna land. Get it open.
Show me, get inside.
Got control of the van. Grab one of the blades. I'll squeeze through.
NUS combat choppers buzzing the free city of NC. Shit's heating up.
NCX is not technically part of NC. Exterritorial. Neutral zone. This is Myers basically blowing off international law and agreements. Got a light ahead. Security. Hold up a sec. Okay, moved on. Alert now. Eyes and ears. Shit.
Madam President.
Special Agent Reed.
We've confirmed V's presence here at NCX.
FIA must have been on you since you went through security.
And so show me?
Move. Go. They're gonna spot us.
Probably too weak to get around on her own. Most likely she's waiting somewhere. Concealed.
Most likely just doesn't cut it. Does Orbital Air know the stakes?
They triggered the alarm but failed to find V.
And our agents?
Cover's been blown on a handful. OA won't get a word out of them. I guarantee it. Those still undercover are looking for Songbird.
We'll talk about operational errors later. Asking for help never was your strong suit. So I decided for you and brought support.
I have everything under control.
No, Saul. You lost control way back. It's time you acknowledge that.
Ah, Rosalind Myers. Her true face. Fuck the one on her billboards.
I know you care about the girl. Like her. You recruited her, trained her. I get that you want to protect her. But your duty, first and foremost, is to your country.
Songbird made her choice. Now she needs to learn what the consequences are.
There's one more thing, Saul. The project she was part of stays well under wraps. None of it leaks.
This is bad. Really bad.
If our little bird lands in the wrong hands, I don't want to think what will happen.
All that. We're the only ones privy.
It would destroy the NUS. It's not a risk I'm willing to take.
We're on the same page. No risks. That's how it'll be.
Do you hear that?
Just so you know, this isn't any easier for me, Reed. I liked the girl, trusted her. But with some choices, there's no way back.
Choices? Yours or hers?
Say again?
You heard me. No matter. I know what I have to do, and I'll do it.
I authorize you to take any and all necessary action. Just try not to shoot her in the head.
Might have expected as much.
I'm really curious what happens if you peek out, but as you can see, I've been trying to save partway through, and I'm just not willing to.
What are our orders, sir?
You heard her.
Yes, sir.
We are fucked. Every which way possible.
Relax. I'm here and staying. They're not getting you.
You don't know her. I mean, to satisfy her lust for revenge, she'd pull me out of hell. Let's ghost.
Ooh, this is gonna be nerve-wracking.
Civilians are being evacuated.
Prepping to blow in here with all they got.
Okay. Back to the terminal now.
Evacuate. Code 1 emergency. Go to the nearest exit. Remain calm.
Put you on this shuttle. That's all we need to do. And that'll be that.
Train right to the launch pad. That's all. Just need to blast to the Tycho terminal first. Shit show starting.
I'm not sure if there's a way out of this without fighting. That was surprisingly easy. Oh, I really needed to not double that. I might have been able to make it without doubling up my heal, but I'm hoping we don't go too far back. I'm sorry I've been so quiet, but I didn't want to talk over the game too much. Not that bad.
Civilians are being evacuated.
Prepping to blow in here with all they got.
Okay. Back to the terminal now.
Put you on this shuttle. That's all we need to do. And that'll be that.
Train right to the launch pad. That's all. Just need to blast to the Tycho terminal first. Myers assault team. Shit show starting.
Thought I might be able to get around the edge there, but so far so good. Nope. Also, I like the civilians just sort of hanging out there.
done yet. Don't get killed.
Okay, the snipes are real.
No mercy!
Yeah. That's a shame. I was a little surprised that you could just blast through like that. I still think running is the best option though. I just need to
Hold your fire! Lay it on him!
I'll definitely have to be a bit more aggressive in these lower areas, but
Not quite done yet. Don't get killed.
yeah, so I can actually live with a bit of that damage. Okay, so this is one. Actually, I'm going to system collapse it. Looks like we're still. Damn it. Yeah, the glitch is killing me here. Probably not quite how they envisioned the game, but...
Heads up!
Hair's breadth, then. Doubt they spotted us.
V, if that chopper gets a lock on us, we'll be as good as dead.
Do our damnedest to avoid it, then.
No peeps. Take point.
All clear!
Yes! I'm sorry you've waited so long for my reply, but I just couldn't believe all of it. I only hope that I'll be able to repay your sacrifice. The sweet weight of this shard in my pocket reminds me how lucky I am. I can't wait until you read my message so that we can embark on a new chapter in our lives. Your Dottie. Crystal Palace, plan your visit with us. Play and win 5,000 slot machines and 1,000 tables. Compete 9-hole golf courses, 5 Olympic-sized infinity pools, 2 clay tennis courts, drone racing track. Experience opera, ballet, burlesque, live concerts. Relax. Lifelike beach with white Somalian sand, spa, sensory deprivation, BDs, and private booths. Eat 10 5-star restaurants, including Kenyan, Vietnamese, and Georgian cuisine.
Oh, it's spinning. Hang for a sec.
Could take a look at your chrome.
Is that even safe?
Most of your sub-assemblies, I'm familiar. Could run auto diagnostics, grant you access to your BIOS.
Got a readout. I can overclock the compensators. Hope they can take it. It was gonna be different, all this. Smoother. But the goal's what counts, right? Not far off.
So, unscheduled flight to Luna. How much these days?
A convo including a few secrets.
Of the state variety?
State variety, personal variety. In my case, unified.
Blockwall. That the issue?
And other things. Rather not talk about it. Just don't judge me, okay?
Ever tell you I think troubles just gravitate your way? Like stink to a monkey, I swear.
Hidden talent, I say. Let's get our shit together. Come on. Help me up, can you?
Back at Arasaka, around the water cooler, there's talk about secret corp clinics in orbit.
Illegal labs producing prototype weapons. Experimental alt meds. Laws prevent you from doing something on Earth, you pursue it in outer space.
Looking a little better.
You mean that? Shit, watch out!
Find cover now!
What's with this?
Move it! Move! It's not opening! Stairs, quick!
Oh god. I was hitting the X. That's disappointing. I will actually confess this works a little bit better when there's some momentum behind the moves. So every time I die, I sort of feel like it's dampening the climax a bit. So that one I was running forward. I don't know if maybe I can't be running while
Illegal
using
labs
the.
producing prototype weapons. Laws prevent you from doing something on Earth, you pursue it in outer space.
Looking a little better.
You mean that?
Anyway, we should be able to get through this.
Shit, watch out!
Find cover now!
Stop firing! Move it! Move it!
Ah!
Focus on.
That absolutely sucks that I hit both. Yeah. So I do want to go slightly... I do kind of want to go systematically through the different rooms, but if I wind up hitting my heal twice, there's not a lot of options. And I might switch to the pistol.
Illegal labs producing prototype weapon. Laws prevent you from doing something on Earth, you pursue it in outer space.
Looking a little better.
You mean that?
Yeah, that got me by surprise, needless to say. And it was supposed to wrap up about an hour ago. Feels kind of bad to just leave it on this one. We'll see.
Illegal labs producing prototype weapons. Laws prevent you from doing something on Earth. You pursue it in outer space.
Looking a little better.
You mean that? Shit, watch out!
Find cover now!
Stop firing! Move it! Move it! Stop firing! Move it! Move it! Kelsey! Run!
I'm trying to get through!
Fuck you, Myers!
Focus on.
Target's wounded!
Not quite ready to run out yet.
Hey, wait for me!
Hurry the hell up!
Okay, that one's got to be a system collapse, otherwise I'm dead. Ah, Jesus. Honestly, just waiting to recover that would not be a bad idea. I can get by with one.
You alive?
Think so.
Hop in the train now. Straight to the launch pad. Control tower now, V. I'll bring a train in. Take point. You never know. Too quiet for comfort.
Watch out!
Shit, trap!
Not falling.
Get out of sight!
Okay, those sniper shots are going to be a problem, and I don't think there's anything I can do to stop the weapon glitch, so let's deal with... Come on, let me use the contagion. I am so dead. Oh boy. So that's at least a sniper down. Thanks, Vesper. What I really need right now is just a read on where everyone is. Okay, not great, but I think if I reboot the optics, I can... Nope. Alright, they're still hitting me with the glitch though, that's not so good. I've got 8 seconds on that. Okay. The big thing now is just to get some eyes on people. It's only 4 left. I can work with that. 5 left. That looks like a new enemy. Oh. Ah, damn you. Oh. Hoping that's enough to take him out. Cyberpunk malfunction's gonna suck though. Ooh, no good there. Okay. Again, this will just suck for a bit. Not a good choice. I hate weapon glitch so much. Oh my god. I did not appreciate there was another heavy gunner over there. I gotta get another ping down because clearly I'm getting overwhelmed. Okay, new troublemaker. Excuse me. He's going to be good at sort of flushing me out, which makes him a big priority. Precision. I think that might have been the runner. That's looks like another set of I've got some invisible. So I think there's a third, or well, second person up on the because the weapon glitch is still connected. So right now I kind of need to keep my distance, but I at least want to try and get eyes on whatever I'm up against. 4 seconds on the glitch. There it is. Ugh. That suggests to me there's still, yep.
Last one, all clear. Did you get hit?
I'm okay. Okay. Flight control tower. Heading there. Got a train to bring into the station.
What now?
I'll fire up the control panel. Bring the train in.
What do you want me to do?
Where's my comfort zone?
Didn't want to say
Keep
that.
it clear.
Of Myers' minions? Sure.
Let's do this.
Good luck, son.
Concentrate your mind!
The variety in the music is a great choice here.
How is it? Any minute now?
I need more time!
Okay, not looking good. Yeah, there's a sniper too. Maybe I'll get a chance to give my preferred dialogue option though. It doesn't sound like it.
What now?
I'll fire up the control panel. Bring the train in.
Remember, train's probably got a service subnet.
It's bound to be slower by eons.
Not suggesting you use it, suggesting you gate it off.
Outflanking maneuver? Possible. I'll drop an eye drape on the junction. Let's do this.
Good luck, son.
Hit him down! I want laser focus!
So I was hoping that Songbird would take out the that second unit. Okay, this is clearly a group for Contagion. Where did that guy come from? I gotta keep I definitely need to keep an eye on that. That's the second time I've been pushed out by a unit like that. But when they're clustered up like that, the contagion is definitely a good idea.
What now?
I'll fire up the control panel. Bring the train in.
Remember, train's probably got a service subnet.
It's bound to be slower by eons.
Not suggesting you use it, suggesting you gate it off.
Outflanking maneuver? Possible. I'll drop an eye drape on the junction. Let's do this.
Good luck, son.
Take him from all sides! On my way!
Okay, that contagion was absolutely worth it.
How is it? Any minute now?
I need more time.
I see you. That is a lot of firepower heading my way. Oh, crap! I have no idea how I just jumped over, but that's a huge problem. Oh my god. Zero out of 10 on the automatic leap over the cover mechanic. If I could get to the source, that would be wonderful. I can't get distracted too much by the new arrival. There we go. Ooh, those are some nasty looking people. Don't have enough. Okay.
Watch out!
That's what the electric shock is for. Something is absolutely ruining my day here. I have no idea what got me. That is a shame. It's nice that it's a big. This has to be a finale. So it's nice that it's big, but man, that is a bitter pill to swallow that I'm gonna have to do all that over again.
Now? I'll fire up the control panel. Bring the train in.
Remember, train's probably got a service subnet.
It's bound to be slower by eons.
Not suggesting you use it, suggesting you gate it off.
Outflanking maneuver? Possible. I'll drop an ice drape on the junction. Let's do this.
Good luck, son.
Okay, I need to find the groups of people.
Target in critical condition.
I'm gonna try to be a bit more stingy with my RAM usage. So this is a good example of something that I want to hit with Contagion. Sharing is caring.
How is it? Any minute now?
I need more time.
How did they do that? Oh, damn it. That reload was tough. You'd enjoy a little electric shock, but that's not your thing. I'm going to assume the intensity of the Songbird one might have something to do with that too. Okay, let's see. I'm getting a little bit of a feel for it, but turtling doesn't seem to be the best.
The control panel. Bring the train in.
I mean, like turtling is what's kind of worked for me, but it doesn't feel like a.
Just new usage. Just new gated off.
Outflanking maneuver? Possible. I'll drop an ice drape on the junction. Let's do this.
Good luck, son.
Okay, early contagion's good. Okay, I'm gonna wait on the ram. Okay, not my favorite moment. I think there's going to be somebody coming up soon. Quite a few. Okay, it's a start, but I'm probably going to have to F off. So I'm wondering if I just go straight... No, if I go straight to the back, then I'm going to have to fight through all of it to get back to Songbird. So I think we'll try and do what we did before, but I'll, again, try and be stingy
I'll
on
fire up the control panel. Bring the train in.
Remember, train's probably got a service subnet.
It's bound to be slower by eons.
Not suggest new usage, suggest new gated off.
Outflanking maneuver? Possible. I'll drop an ice drape on the junction. Let's do this.
Good luck, son.
So yeah, I need to figure out how that mechanic works with Somi's assistance too. I feel like that's an acceptable use of the so we're obviously gonna have some company soon. Oh, come on. Jesus Christ. I need to reload. There we go. Okay, another contagion on to do it. At least it just buys me some time. I need to get both I need to get my health back. Good. Not so good. Oh my god.
Done and done. Train's on the way.
I need the train here.
Cover your way!
I don't even know where the bullets are coming from. Nope, now I do.
You alright?
Had a little luck. Can't last long. We're fucked, you know? I have to drop past the wall. No other way.
Neural bridge. Let's go. I'll be your backup.
Always can use a proxy. Ready for this?
Fire it up.
I really like this twist.
Song, you okay? Let me help. Lean on me. Got a train to catch.
Fuck, that hurts.
It's gotta, I know, so me. But you killed it. Saved our asses.
V.
Oh.
You hear that?
Oh. It's the Black Wall. No fear song. Right here with you.
World entirely new.
This is how a game makes up a hard combat sequence for you. Phenomenal godlike powers.
There you go. Launch pad soon. Finally. Whew. Still with me? Holding up? What do you think? Final stretch? Worst behind us?
As I see it, the worst is always what was, not what'll be.
An optimist analyst. How the hell did you ever hold down your job?
Proper work-life balance and separation. Listen to the hum. Wish I could fall asleep, never to wake again.
Hey, don't you doze off on me.
Reed. Had a dream about him recently. A repeat. Same damn nightmare. About that same damn train. Him dying because of what I did.
Could be Reed's having the same nightmares. Heard it all already. From him.
He put his trust in you. For a time. Trust we then boldly betrayed.
We're just following orders.
I could have said no. Could have warned him. At this point, I'd just rather forget.
I actually think Reed forgave you. Song?
Reed's not the only one I've betrayed.
Oh no!
What do you mean, Song?
Neural Matrix V can only be used once.
Once? How so?
It's a captive AI from beyond the wall. Relies on continuous evolution to exist. I'll free it and end the process. It'll then execute my commands and disintegrate irretrievably.
Oh, I love how they put the relic image on it too.
How long have you known this? That only one of us could come out alive.
Sign sure. I learned it existed. Started delving into...
You fucking serious?
I think I'm gonna die soon. The regret. I wasn't honest with you. I'm sorry.
Could have told me the truth. Would have helped you anyway. Song?
Hot diggity fuck. Color me impressed. Berg took everyone for a ride. Myers, Hansen, Reed, you.
Now, the first time somebody screwed me sideways, still think I can walk, though.
Your attitude to what life sends your way. So touching sometimes. Woman did you hard and rough, though. Got the right to feel rage, want to rip her head off. But she stuck it out to the very end. That commands respect.
Fuck all that. Thing is, you and me are back at square one. Still have that problem. Find some way to save ourselves.
Could always call Reed on the hollow.
Think he'd kill me?
Damn, globe-sized ego, V. You mean zilch to him. One. Just one person he's gunning for. Well, nice to drop in and shoot some shit, V. High time you woke her, though.
Hey, Song. Almost there. Clearly need some help. Nearly there. Ends in sight. Fucking hell.
Stop there. One more.
Well, shit. I was a little too slow on the reaction. That really killed the mood.
Hey, Song. Almost there. Clearly need some help. Nearly there.
So what I wanted to say earlier, one thing that I think
Ends in sight.
really sells this. The high production value and just being able to see little facial expressions, like when Johnny says, you know, there's only one person he's gunning for, and just to see the eyes. I like that.
Fucking hell.
Stop there.
Don't come any closer.
Move an inch and I'll kill you, V. I will.
Fuck off. For all time.
Final warning.
I think
she's yours to take. Over my dead
I think
body.
he's just gonna kill me.
Damn. Am I ever sorry, V?
Yeah. Yeah, there is not a doubt in my mind that they would kill you off with the dialogue options. But yeah, so just being able to do little bits of yeah, the usual communication that we rely on.
Hey,
I think
almost there.
Particularly for a story like this, sells.
Clearly need some help.
It sells them. I should probably just leave. I'll leave this for. I'll leave this for after the last sequence.
Ends in sight. Fucking hell.
Stop there.
That an order?
Stop where you are or die.
Fuck off. For all time.
Oh yeah.
Final warning.
Look. Putting her down.
Go now. So, what do you want to do?
You're not taking her anywhere.
Spare me the quote straight out of Bushido 10. Look at her, V. Be serious. You want to send her to the moon? Our neurosurgeons are her only chance.
Reach for her, and I'll kill you.
Final warning.
Come on, man. Do this, and you'll kill her. Kill her, me, your own damn self, too. Fucking remorse alone will get you.
You got 3 seconds. 1.
I'm sorry, man. Fuck.
You had no choice. But your friend there will join Reed in the Beyond if you don't hurry your ass.
Gonna be okay. One last push. You're bound for the moon, Somi. Getting away from them all. Let's see, what do we got here?
Life support activated.
Diagnostics. Pressure, O2, infusion pump.
Onboard computers in startup configuration.
Get that feeling too sometimes.
System memory clear.
Drop everything. Leave it all behind. Wouldn't it be nice? Gently now. Good luck, Song. In spite of it all.
Hatch locked and sealed. Internal power activated. Hydrogen pressure sufficient for takeoff. Automatic boot sequence initiated.
Well, no turning back now.
Minus 60 seconds. RS-25 main engine ignition.
Here we go.
First time I've ever launched a spacecraft. You?
Same, man. Same.
T-minus 50 seconds. Solid propellant engines burning. Spark igniters active.
Whatever awaits her in orbit. Hope she ends up happy.
She's free. Slammed it home. She has just a bit of what I lacked entirely. Fucking luck.
Luck played no part in it, Johnny. You and her just wanted different things.
Really? So do tell. What was it I wanted so badly?
Applause. Cheers. Did absolutely everything to please the crowd.
Nah. Maybe. Guess I could have done more. Been different. Maybe. Could also be I was convinced I couldn't make it out alive. And maybe, just maybe that chick had great follow-through to the fucking end. And I lacked that last ounce of determination.
Hello, hit people guy.
Well, at least you're being honest with yourself. That in itself is some version of freedom.
What do you say next? Be all you can be? Limitations are all in my head?
Just watch the show, Johnny.
T0 liftoff.
She made it.
Oh man, I thought that they'd at least let me have some kind of a finale for V.
Pleasures and rage come back. I'm watching you. Be careful with your moves.
I will do Vesper. They're really going for the James Bond, kind of the James Bond feeling. We'll enjoy this for a little bit and then we'll have a chat. So, what did you all think of Phantom Liberty?
It cries for more. So what are we waiting for? Wires and chains starting to fade. It feels like a game you have to play.
Oh, I have views. I'll just gonna take a minute and let this run through.
Can't look into your eyes. Your twisted mind. It's dark, so dark. We end it now.
I don't think we made it, guys.
Treasures are always lost. Pleasures are long forgotten. Who are you now?
All right, that was really, really good. So I do actually think there are some there's definitely some rough edges around this one, but I don't really like focusing on those. I was talking a little bit about enjoying sort of the expressions of, you know, being able to see Johnny be able to make just a, you know, look over at Somi. And I mean, again, that's not like that's a particularly subtle line. Obviously there's obviously only one person that he can be referring to. But I will point out, like, HBO, even in sort of its like golden age, I still remember really this show called Oz. So I saw that through the library. This is the great thing, right? Libraries are great resources for seeing all of this stuff. But there's like this one line where, and like I think this is in one of the later seasons too, so like the show had sort of hit its stride, and the reason why I specifically wanted to point out Oz is that I really feel that was the first one to sort of treat the TV series as kind of like a novel, where it was sort of an expectation that you would be following. I know a lot of people kind of like to point to sort of The Wire as and like The Sopranos is doing that, but I believe they actually killed off or otherwise got rid of a few characters on Oz to go into those other shows. It really does actually feel that Oz innovated a few things that those later shows got some credit for. Although again, like they all did wonderful work in terms of helping TV hit a point that we're sort of taking for granted today. But there is this line where there's like a white supremacist character that's threatening a priest, and like basically says like, and if you don't, we'll be sure to arrange a more personal meeting with the Almighty in heaven. And I'm like, you didn't need to specify in heaven. It's like so clearly you're threatening to kill this guy already. But they also did that with like another character where there's like there was like a threat. There's one of these characters is like it's another threat, but like there's the one of the inmates had sort of tried to pin a murder on one of the others. And said, I had a lot of time in solitary to think about this. And I'm like, what is it? You plus Keller equals me almost on death row. And then, it's, I think it's Dean Winters actually plays the character. And it's like, you should be, check your edition there, pal. Then the guy's like, I was never too good at addition. I was more about subtraction. And then proceeds to explain how he is going to subtract the other ones. Like, you need to just stop this dialogue like one sentence earlier than you are. You do not need to explain that the subtraction is a death threat any more than the arrange a meeting with the Almighty. Like, these are not even original threats. People have used these before this show. But the thing is that I have to assume to a certain extent that people are kind of assuming. See, here's the thing. The writer for Oz, I feel, actually did quite a good job. Like, there are some cases where it's not so, and I will bring this is going to relate to Cyberpunk. I am going to steer the ship back around. But, like, I do actually feel, I think the guy might have been Tom Fontana. I can't remember who was the showrunner on that. But this is the song that Alex plays. But, they did a decent job, but again, they always miss these opportunities, or they don't have the respect for the audience. So like at the start, he talks about, they call it the penal system, but it's actually the penis system. It's about how long, how hard, and I'm like, the penile system, like that's not that obscure of a word. Like that is a much better way to, to communicate that, right? I think it's better wordplay. But again, I don't know if it's a lack of, hello, puppies and muscles. Indeed, we're going to be discussing what we experienced, though. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I point this out, but like the thing to keep in mind about gaming is that for a very long time, purely as a function of, I'm not getting overwhelmed by the music, am I? The big thing about gaming is that for a really long time, it kind of had to force that type of dialogue or just pure words to communicate the meaning, simply because you don't have the subtleties available, right? So you can imagine in sort of a, like even something like maybe a Doom 3 kind of game, like you can kind of imagine how maybe the gesture with the eyes wouldn't be picked up, and so you'd have to say something like, there's only one person that he's interested in, and that's so me. All right, let me just knock that down a bit. So it's still going to be blasted in my ears, but hopefully you all can appreciate my opinions on things. But yeah, so to a certain extent, like that. Oh no! There we go. Maybe not. That is so disappointing. Oh, we got it. Okay. So the thing is that you do actually need, so there's two halves, right? You need to have the faith in your writing to be able to, basically you need to be able to actually deliver something that's worth saying, and then you need to have the technology to actually realize it. So in the case of, you, if you don't have, how do I put this? Like, if you're not a CD Projekt Red or an EA or a, Activision Blizzard or Ubisoft, chances are you're not going to have the tech and the talent, and basically there's going to be a lot of factors that go into being able to realize a moment like that. But even more importantly, you actually need to tell a story that's actually worth that kind of subtlety, right? And I don't want to be unduly critical of games, but I do think it's fair to say that games don't always sort of hit that bar. And I actually really feel that Phantom Liberty, I mean, everybody loved to hate on Cyberpunk for such a long time, and I realize that there's sort of a redemption arc for the game with the release of Phantom Liberty, but I actually think that the game was better than people were giving it credit for prior to this release. But specifically to Phantom Liberty, I think there is absolutely something to be said for it telling the kind of story that is worth little dialogue moments like that. Because I did say earlier on, like, I am an absolute sucker for spy stories. And in the case of this one, right, I like to sort of think about the different spy stories that I enjoy, right? So sometimes there's the John le Carré sort of stories. And in that case, you've got George Smiley, who is not, he's not James Bond, right? His wife cheats on him, and I think he has like a potbelly in the books. He's very capable, and there is that rivalry with Carla, that so interesting. And whether you have seen the BBC one with Alec Guinness, or you have seen the modern version with Gary Oldman playing that role, it is definitely a much more subtle story. And, you know, Smiley has his flaws as a person, as well as, you know, trying to get to the bottom of who the mole is. In terms of television, there's a series I really like called The Americans, and I haven't seen it the whole way around. But one thing that I think is worth remembering about this is that it is a spy story. It's a Cold War spy story, which is already interesting on its own. But just about every single thing that series shows can also be sort of seen through the lens of, you know, the family and its troubles, right? You know, you have the story of Philip and his son, right? The dad has an affair. The kids kind of want to know what mom and dad are getting up to. There's actually this really great moment where, like, the daughter's starting to get a little curious about what, you know, what mom and dad are really up to, right? She suspects something's up, doesn't necessarily think that they're a spy, but she sneaks into their room, and they're having a particular repair of their marriage, which had been very strained, and she walks in on them having sex, right? So they do this wonderful job of the kids kind of wondering what the parents are doing. And it just so happens that it's Soixante Neuf, Vesper Fortune. I believe that may have actually been the first time that was depicted on television too. It is actually kind of a hilarious scene in some ways, but I also just have a very warped sense of humor. It is actually one of my complaints about it was I thought the show was a little too horny at the start. I actually thought that particular scene was well done, because again, the point isn't so much, whatever you can kind of get away with showing on television, so much as this was about this was more about sort of the family. And again, there's just something very interesting about the idea of the story of this family transported to this rather interesting story about the illegals. For those of you not familiar, the spy part for the Americans is that the spies, the Americans, are Russian agents that are set up to seem like a Canadian family. Sorry, American family. And again, you can kind of do this over a few different examples, right? At least the kinds of stories that I like, they always kind of come back to that same thing, right? You've got people who want something, and you've got, in particular, characters that you like, you admire. There's a few different ways that you can kind of go around it, but in the end, the qualities that make for a good conventional story, or fantastic stories, in the end, it is still those people. So it could be Lemuel Gulliver going on his different channels and his increasingly cynical view of the world. You could think of Oedipus, you could think of the Jennings family and the pressures that they're feeling from the center. And you could even just think of like pure domestic dramas, or something like The Lighthouse, right, which is maybe a bit more internal. In the end, there are any number of different things that make these stories interesting, but it really does kind of come down to the characters, even though, again, clearly there's this element of high-tech espionage in a world, in a dystopian world. Ultimately, you have all of these characters representing different things, and I think the strength of this story can be communicated by the fact that I did actually communicate a few a few dilemmas that I had in terms of my own values relative to what these other characters wanted, right? So Somi wants her freedom, which to myself I have difficulty understanding, because she is in this rare case of being world class at what she does and being in a position uniquely suited to realizing that in the the maximum possible way, right? The resources of a nation state to be able to push her to the height of her powers. You have Solomon Reed, the ultimate company man, right? Someone who, to the very end, it is very clear there is no way that both of you live while still having Somi, or without giving up Somi. In fact, I think it's entirely possible, even if you give him Somi, he might kill you, for the simple reason that, Myers didn't want any loose ends. So again, I already talked a little bit about how I personally relate a lot more to Solomon, and so it may be worth asking, well, why did I make the decisions that I did? And I talked a little bit individually about why I was uncomfortable with some of the things that Reed wanted. Another factor for me was that I'm not entirely sure my own feelings about what I think is best for Somi is relevant here. I think, if anything, me trying to assign my own values to her is exactly what she's trying to escape in the NUSA. But finally, one of the motivations that I had for this character, and again, I was going to assume that I was going to go a bit further down the storyline than I turned out experiencing. The motivation that I had for this character throughout was that they never gave up hope that they might one day wind up back in Arasaka. That they were still committed to that life, and that they had, obviously found a life for themselves as a solo, but that in the end they perhaps, again, to a certain extent, maybe this is why I sympathize a little bit more for Reed. But this colors a number of other decisions made inside of the game, right? The idea of Somi being in the hands of Myers, Militech, the enemy of Arasaka, not only working in counter intel, I'm sure there's this idea that about what Militech might do with the kind of technology that Somi enables. But just on top of that, the idea that, they're the enemy, that you haven't necessarily bred that out of a character like V. That was always an unspoken motivation behind the actions that I made inside of it. It would always be a little bit more that if I can do something to maybe get in Arasaka's good graces, I might be willing to take the shot, not be servile, but definitely try to repair what was lost in the prologue. And conversely, even though I'm not necessarily on the Arasaka payroll, don't necessarily let Militech off the hook unless I can, get some kind of an advantage for it, for myself out of that. Again, a subtle nudge, not something that would be fully character driving, but just a little something to nudge the decisions one way or the other. And then I guess the final question would be, so why react the way that I did in the face of betrayal, right? There's the potential to, there's a number of different options available. Reed, for instance, promised to, to work on the tech if Somi was handed off. And in the end, it just comes back to the the side that I went with, right? I made the original decision. A deal's a deal. Even if someone's backed out, it's very hard to look at someone like Somi and say, you don't deserve, you don't deserve what you what you're getting. And I like the way that they sort of push that to the end with Johnny. And again, part of the motivation behind that is both the sympathy for Somi, but also the idea that probably a weapon that powerful should not be in the hand. Like, in the end, it's kind of up to her to decide what to do with it. So whether or not that was a satisfying ending, whether or not you think those are coherent choices or not, I'm not sure, but I was very satisfied with it. And I think one of the things that I like the most, this is another case where when I think a little bit about some of the stories that I've really enjoyed, and particularly ones that people have sort of wagged their finger at, a lot of people didn't like, they were at least very vocal about the Mass Effect 3 endings. And even without the additions put in after the release of Mass Effect 3, again, in terms of unspoken motivations, the Shepard that I had this idea in the back of my head that I kind of went for the war hero start. And for me, one of the things that I had as an idea was that particular moment was also formative for Shepard in realizing that I went for the lady Shepard, that she had this particular role, that she could be this object of inspiration, or essentially motivate people to behave in a way that they wouldn't necessarily do in other cases, that essentially she would be a role model, and that she took that very seriously, and as a result would act in a way that is appropriate to it, that if ever there was going to be some kind of record of what had happened, that she would always be behaving in the heroic way. And there, again, I definitely allowed for cases where, tempers flare or mistakes happen. There was actually a case where I also flubbed an item in the dialogue trees, so that led for a couple of things I needed to sort of gear the playthrough back towards. But in the end, when the final decision came, and one of them was, Shepard becomes the mind of the Reapers, controls them, ultimately giving up her humanity. Like, that perfectly aligned with exactly this idea of ceasing to be a person, but rather being an idea that humanity could sort of be protected by or be inspired by. I thought that final sacrifice was the most appropriate decision that could have happened. And so again, it didn't really require the explanation at the end, because that was in the end where I was already going with that story. So likewise in this one here, right? I wasn't necessarily sure where it was all going to wind up, but I did like the way that they sort of put a cap on it with the conversation with Johnny. Ultimately, because in the end, I sort of thought, this is an individual who needs to decide where she's taking her life. That in the end, whatever my individual advantage is, she's sort of earned that right to sort of kind of determine where her life goes, for the first time in a very long time. So I was happy for it. Oh, cool. I like this touch, by the way, with the badge.
Now, we wave bye-bye to your dreams of living a long, happy life.
We ain't quite done yet. Things ain't all bad at any rate. Politicos and spies at war, us in the middle. We came out whole.
Sure, shit made some enemies, powerful ones, too. Myers will remember. won't let it pass. No fucking way after you killed the most loyal of her hounds.
If another war breaks out, Reed will just be the first to have fallen of so many.
Guy fought his own war for his rare ideals. Tombs like that, nobody remembers them. Nobody.
Need to shift focus now. To myself. My own path.
I'll say, fucking with NUSA plans launching a half-dead cyborg into orbit adds bricks to that edifice called legend. But clock's ticking, friend. You're dying. Gotta do something about it.
Oh, that's great. Okay, so we do get to continue. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit over the... I'm going to jump back to the game. I'm not going to go too far down the path of gameplay, but I'm actually happy we get to pick up the story from here. Because, like, to me, the idea of Somi being launched does not immediately imply V's destruction, right? I really like the looking at the the kind of the damaged badge at the end there. But yeah, I think the thing, so getting back to this point of characters, right? Like every single character in this had, you know, something interesting, had something that they wanted. Like I said, I really enjoyed the sort of the representation of Reed as sort of this, you know, almost this personification of following orders or ideals. Like I to a certain extent, as much as I like Reed as a character, I like the fact that you have no option but to take him out if you don't give him what he wants. Let me see if I can steal. But yeah, so each of these characters sort of representing something, right? The freedom at any cost, order, you know, they're characters with, and of course Alec. I feel bad because I sort of underappreciated Alex in all of this. But again, each of the characters' motivations, and particularly their background with Myers. And the last thing that I really didn't cover, and I guess mostly because I think people are going to have their own views, but Vesper talking about the fact that he's sort of uncomfortable with the idea of, you know, the government. I talked about how, I mean, just to give you an idea of some of the extreme views I have among my friends, like I said, there are friends that I've had who don't talk to me anymore. But they genuinely do not think that NATO is a good thing, that they would want to see the alliance dissolved. And that is something that personally I just reject at a very fundamental level. Like I just no. And that can be based off of, you know, some of the stuff I studied in university. That's, you know, but I'm definitely aware, and I'm willing to accept that people have very differing and deeply held views on these things. And as a result, even a character like Myers, I think to a certain extent, you know, the fact that this game does actually have a little bit about you know, how these governments particularly in this.
I picked the right merc for the gig. Thanks for the help, V. My chum will do the finishing touches.
In the face of the kinds of disruptions that have happened in the cyberpunk world, as well as the you know, their limited resources, their, you know, a number of different factors have gone on. And I mean, it is also still a reflection of its time. Like the Soviet Union is still something that exists in this world. But I do like the fact it's not a major. Well, it's not the primary thing that you focus on in this DLC, but it's there, right? Again, it's all of the stuff of the, you know, the good spy stories, which I like a lot. Like if you do kind of want to get into it, right? The chess pieces on the board, the double crosses and all of that, that's all there. So, and I don't know, Vesper. I mean, the thing is that the government ultimately is made of people, right? It's a little bit like how I sort of understand how people can dislike corporations, but in the end, corporations are run by people. You know, boards of directors, CEOs, and such. And in the end, there is a spectrum of, like, so there are people who I think do an admirable job, and there are people who I think do a terrible job. So like Jim Goodnight seems to have done a very good job of running the SAS Institute. And even during the COVID downturn, like his view really did seem to be that the company had earned enough, you know, in the good periods that they could keep people on even at the expense of experiencing the first loss in decades for that company. And I admire that kind of long-term thinking because, you know, he's said previously that, you know, I think it's like 80% of the value of that company drives out the parking lot every night, right? And I mean, for those of you that don't know the SAS Institute is a company that makes a very old but definitely very good. I know if you go online, you'll see some strong opinions about SAS, but it is a very powerful statistical package. You know, that is a company that has been very profitable and privately held for a long time. But there's also plenty of short-term thinking, or people who treat it like their personal piggy bank, right? Like, so people are talking about the, you know, multi-billion-dollar pay package at Tesla, and many of the problems with its board of directors and how it's not necessarily serving shareholder interests. And in the end, right, there will, in my view, there will always be the good examples, there will always be the bad examples, but the way that we, I think, can hope to see changes to these kinds of institutions is to focus on the people element. And that could be, this sounds like I'm about to get in a fight. I do think to a certain extent, some of that, particularly on the political dimension, can be a question of making sure that people are focusing on the right things in terms of the government, right? Like everybody loves to talk about federal. I mean, and this is, I'm speaking as somebody who's worked on election campaigns at the municipal, provincial, and federal level. Provincial would be equivalent to state in the U.S. Everybody likes to talk about the big federal issues, but especially in Canada, right? Like property taxes are determined at the municipal level, education, healthcare, provincial responsibilities. It doesn't mean that federal isn't important, right? Foreign policy is not something people talk about a whole lot, but it is very important. National programs, these are important things, but if you want to see changes and changes for the better, the closer you get to the individuals, the more you will see direct impacts. And so much of this has nothing to do with what people are talking about in terms of politics, today, which tends to resemble sports teams a lot more. So there's my civics soapbox.
The final act. Hansen's wake. Enter Aguilar. Shit, V. Got me on the edge of my seat.
Get this show on the road.
Welcome to the Black Sapphire. Hope you, had a pleasant flight. Thank you for coming.
Another gesture example, right? Just to see the guy straighten up a little bit when Aguilar comes in. There's a lot that's communicated by that.
Oh shit. Time to go. Don't ask why.
So, you ready?
I'm definitely not finishing the whole game tonight, but I figured I'll do the mission that I was on my way to before we wound up in the big finale. I'm already 2 hours over, and I know kind of thin audience for parts of it at least, but we can end with Hansen's wake, and then we can
Human cartel here? Could get interesting.
we can finish for the evening.
Aguilar, in honor, for all of us.
This is how you bid your leader farewell. Under the circumstance, I expected more bump.
Pomp. Well, we did what we could. What felt right.
Take me to Bennett.
He came with extra security. Got a bad feeling.
I would have loved it if he was in like a little jar after what Alex did to him.
Aguilar, what a surprise.
I understand you've met.
Havana sends its condolences. The news of Colonel Hansen's death shook us all.
I'm sure the Colonel would appreciate your goodwill. You're dismissed.
I met earlier with the Lieutenant Colonel. We had a lovely conversation talking of this and that. In the end, we both agreed Dogtown needs a strong leader. That leader will be Bennett. The people here heed his words, as will you, Iago.
Oh, until when? Until you leave town and he's free to stab me in the back? I want names, contacts, connections. Your informants in the NCPD, everyone on your payroll.
Ridiculous.
You will prove your loyalty to me.
No, Bennett. If you would unleash hell upon Dogtown, just know this pistol will be the first hound out of it.
I don't think that's necessary.
I would like us to lay our cards on the table. That is the wild card. I give a finger, you ask for the hand. Alas, I have only an itchy trigger finger left to offer. Our future prosperity depends on a show of your goodwill. Only my personal opinion, of course. Perhaps if you do not agree, I could, persuade you.
Fucking fine.
We have a deal.
Hope I won't regret it. At last. You have a tendency to complicate the simplest things in Night City.
So one thing I do also kind of like about this sequence, right, is that you have this little microcosm of the spy story that's being told. So when you consider countries, right, when you consider Myers and her ability to...
Dog-eat-dog world, I guess. What's that make Dogtown?
A warning to you, Silverhand. One you will heed.
You're welcome here anytime, Aguilar. We'll always have a table ready.
Curtain call. Take a bow, V. Had our fun, but it's time we send Aguilar off with a heartfelt adios.
Adios, Aguilar. It's been real.
Hello, V. Surprised?
Last we met, we kind of ran out of time to talk.
Well, I'm not that easy to get rid of. Especially when I got skin in the game. Come by the moth, would ya?
This invite from you or the FIA?
Got a black sack on your head? Didn't think so. Means it's from me.
Sure. See you there.
Okay, I'm definitely calling hands, but I'll actually meet up with Alex in the end. So I guess this will be the eternal goodbye. But yeah, so what I liked about this mission, right, is that, you think about the NUSA, its ability to accomplish its goals, and part of that kind of comes down to reputation and the fact that it has an arsenal, it has these things. Why does Myers want SOMI? Because it gives her a technological edge that will allow her to achieve her ambitions in the world, either through the surprise use of it, but probably and far more likely the knowledge of its existence, right? This is the old, Oppenheimer's the most recent example that people will think of for it, right? But demonstrating the power of that weapon is sufficient to bring about the end of the war. I'm not going to make the argument that this is a reason for using it, but one common argument that you hear for the use of it is that the lives it saved through the conflict that didn't happen. Whether you consider this specific to World War II or the fact that the Cold War ultimately did not turn into another war between the superpowers, this is usually what people will bring out to try and defend that weapon. Again, I'm not suggesting that that justifies them or their use, anything like that. Just, it's the idea. So then you have this very micro version of that same story, right? So you've got, by the way, the one other example of a sort of spy story, but one that would apply here, was Casablanca as well, right? Casablanca, while people think of it as a very straightforward and you know, the prototypical old-fashioned movie, there's a lot going on in it, right? You've got international intrigue, you've got murders, you've got, you know, deceit and gambling and romance, and you know, all of these things in this one really good movie. And again, similarly, you have these characters that wind up being sort of these big representations of certain ideals. Oh, it's good. I like it a lot. But yeah, so what I particularly like about this, the Aguilar story, is that you have the macro story, right? Myers, Reed, Songbird, the kinds of struggles going on in the background, but you also have this example of sort of what's happening almost at this nation state level with Aguilar, right? And they make it a point, right? One of his features is his special gun. You know, you go around and you already have your reputation, right? You are someone who is not to be trifled with. But when it comes down to the fact that even though you have privately spoken to these two individuals, and that the one who is supported is trying to get the upper hand, you're able to put a stop to that by putting the weapon on the table. And to a certain extent, that is just the 3-character version of a much larger struggle that's going on in the background. It's ultimately the motivations as to why all of the events are happening inside of Phantom Liberty. That's, you know, that is the sort of storytelling I really like, right? So something that I'm maybe a little bit more accustomed to in seeing inside of a book, but I like it when you have these little moments of sort of these telescoping versions of the story. Okay. Important notice. Due to the recent terrorist incident, Orbital Air is introducing extraordinary security measures throughout NCX. Terminal B will be closed until further notice. Terminals A and C will experience tightened security procedures. We apologize for any inconvenience. Orbital Air would also like you to consider taking a moment to offer your condolences at the memorial to the victims of the massacre located in front of the entrance to Terminal B. All right. So we're going to talk to Mr. Hands.
Is Dogtown has a new alpha, and that a certain merc went against the better judgment of his fixer. I know you met with Bennett.
Your Bennett's an apex predator. Gonna make a fine new Hansen.
With a sensible partner at his side, he stands to achieve more than Hansen ever could. Marvelous work, V. Worth every penny and more. That'll be all for now. I'll be in touch.
So, decent example here, right? Like, why, you know, why not give Arasaka an edge in Dogtown if my character... So now I feel kind of bad, right, that I've talked about my character's motivation, because in theory that can be a lens through which, you know, through which the choices I make are viewed. I like to keep this stuff until the end of the game to explain it. So why, you know, knowing now that that was a motivation that I had for this character, why didn't I give Arasaka access? Well, one, how does giving Arasaka that access, which they think they have achieved through their work with Bennett, advance V's interests either in getting back into Arasaka or his interests as a solo? it doesn't. Having a good relationship with Hands does, and more importantly, having a chaotic situation in Night City, or sorry, an appropriately chaotic situation in Night City, which is to say that there is stability in the individual districts, but no one entity has sufficient power to take on the rest. That's the one that requires them to, like, essentially those are the situations in which you can have some leverage, right? A good example for a Canadian government would be the idea of minority government. It essentially means that the party that is forming the government needs the support of one of the other parties in order to be able to pass legislation. My favorite prime minister, in fact, Lester B. Pearson, never had a majority government, and yet was able to do things like I think the Canada Student Loan Program, among others. Really neat guy, by the way. Got a Nobel Prize. Right. Dogtown's future is secure. Aguilar has left the district. Let us return to other, less pressing items of business, such as the job you received from Michael Maldonado. Obviously, we will not be doing that tonight, but... I'm guessing Alex didn't get the spy's retirement. Driving a car to the half a kilometer. Hello, Seasant. It's my most American. Getting my big truck to drive half a kilometer. If that car is still there, I might do a car theft to finish off the night. System Swift? We completed the main story for the Phantom Liberty DLC. I don't know if you've ever had the experience yourself. Definitely really liked where it ended. I see.
Best prices in Dogtown. Certified resale. Here's to you, carnalito.
I did like the I did like Alex's reaction of is this from you or the FIA? Do you have a black hood over your head? No? Then it's from me.
About the bloody terrorist attack perpetrated recently by an unknown organization at Night City International and Translunar. Echoes of the bloodbath continue
Talking
unabated.
about you. The
Dozens
chances,
of
huh?
victims, chiefly orbital air staff, the paralysis of air and space travel, and losses going into billions of Eurodollars. These are the sad results of this senseless act of aggression.
Familiar, this fucking jabber. It's war talk.
Today we
a
talk to
wind-up.
Leslie Wawuda,
Old
Orbital Air
grunt cunt
CEO,
Myers
speaking to us
knows how
from
to
Nairobi,
escalate
Kenya,
shit.
where Mr. Wawuda did manage to travel.
One thing's sure. If they jump
Mr.
at each
Wawuda,
other,
you
Militech
claim to
will
know
rip Sokka's
exactly who's
throat out.
responsible for the recent attack on what is clearly the jewel in your corporation's crown.
Yes, Nightcorp. It must be said. To Nightcorp, the spaceport in Night City is a symbol of yet another failure in their space race against Orbital Air, the leader in orbital technology.
Couldn't be sure you'd
They
show.
will destroy us out of envy for our success. This
A lot of
attack
shit went
was a
down.
few-
Think I need a kindred soul to hash things out.
My luck's in then.
Good to see you too, Alex. In spite of it all.
So, here we are, facing complicated dilemmas.
Did you invite me here to debate the sorry state of the world?
And US is rolling up its shit, breaking camp. My bags are packed too. Got one last assignment. Eliminate you.
But you're not gonna.
That's where you're wrong. Got a few months to live, right? So I'm content to wait. In-house contest, you see. Already chalked up a few accidents and dieds of natural causes. Peeps back at the firm will wilt with envy when I post a died after a long, grueling illness.
Assuming you didn't ask me to come around just to zap me with news about my elimination.
You assume correctly. Gotta say, I'm curious. How'd it go down with Reed?
What do you know?
What would you say to a drink first?
For the fallen, body, soul, or both.
Thanks. Nothing for me.
Well, I will drink to Reed. A man of honor, a patriot, and a fool of the kind they just don't make anymore.
Died for what he believed in.
Now, you'll tell me how he died.
Stubbornness killed Reed. The man just couldn't let go. Even once he'd lost.
Saul was stubborn in defense of ideas. What do you think? He died for Myers or Somi?
Both. Did his damnedest to save one, but had to stay loyal to the other.
Fucking overgrown superego. If only his mind had been as big, he'd be alive today.
Gonna miss him?
Saul was already dead to me for 7 years. Just need to remember that. Settle back into that same feeling. Fucking fate of an FIA agent. Well, here's to all fools with principles.
To all principled peeps. Guess what? Your country just started another corp war.
The new United States was in no way involved in the recent events at NC International and Translunar.
Nor was Night Corp.
Orbital Airs long sought a way to get rid of its competition. They'd be at each other's throats sooner or later anyway.
No qualms whatsoever.
Song didn't have any either.
What'll you do while you wait for me to flatline?
Gonna sit around being bored. Finally.
Good luck, Alex. Look after yourself.
You too. Remember, it's my job to kill you. Don't let anyone beat me to it.
So what? Monaco bound?
Close. Warm, sunny place, definitely.
Chick's pretty chill. Too bad she's on the wrong side. Come on. Gotta find some new peeps you'll befriend. Grow to like. And then murder.
That was a nice little finale, although it does make me wonder, given that my character's motivation definitely is to, definitely to stay alive. It does make me wonder if I find a way out, whether or not she's gonna... Yo, name's Ashley. We ain't met. If all goes well, never will. Did some digging in the net to find you. Man, what a mess you made. On my watch, Karen Exotic, System Breach, Grand Theft Auto, and all one big steaming pile of shit you dumped in my backyard. But we're chill. We set things right, and you get back that preem ride you jacked. Sound good? Ashley, and you are... who exactly? I'm a netrunner contracted by Karen Exotics, and you went crashing through my code while I was working a side gig. Let my guard down. So this is blackmail? An offer? A friendly heads up someone's gunning for me? Definite offer, 1000%. Fuck Karen Exotics. Fuck their car. Clean up this mess will be easier if I never see it again. I'm out of the job if you don't help. Cutting a deal just makes sense for us both, right? Alright, give me the deets. Quick version, you wipe the car's databanks, I give my blessing, and she's all yours. I get you access to the car, you scrub it, vehicle ID, Karen Exotic Soft, anything that might link it back to the corp, all of it bleached. The squeakiest of cleans. By wiping the ID while in the garage, the system will flag the car for a registration error. It'll open the gate, expecting you to leave and re-enter to try again. Except you won't. System error, out the door, ID wiped, abracadabra, poof, gone. The car won't exist. Sure, I'd be gone not to. Fucking Nova, sending the coordinates for the elevator by the stadium entrance. I'll open it once you're there. Ping you when you're on the site.
Huh, interesting.
Alright, so yes, there is a car for me to steal. This will be the last mission of the night, I swear.
How long you been on this, man?
What was that?
Alright, flipping you the cords. This little cruiser's very eager to swap hands.
It's alright. Well, this one's pretty straightforward, and it might get me to a car shop.
Something else. Client's got a strict deadline.
4
Seems
minutes.
he's on his way out ahead seat.
That'll be a little tight, I think, but... It's an entire genre, Ceasant. I feel this is the music that will take its wallet chain up to its room, and it doesn't care who knows it. I joke, but actually, I'm perfectly happy when this song comes on. I started at the start of the stream talking a little bit about how I'm actually very bad at familiarity with pop music. And it's not even, obviously there can be a way, it's like when somebody's like, oh, I don't have a TV, but like they watch, you know, hours of YouTube. That is not an effort to sort of virtue or vice signal that I'm not into popular music. It's more just, you know, I've had what I've listened to, and I do have an enjoyment of classical, among other genres, but I particularly lately with Apple Music Classical, I was spending a lot of time on classical. And Apple Music did recently this 100 Best Albums sort of promotion, or again, I'm not quite sure what to call it, but and I set for myself this week to actually listen to all 100 albums. So yeah, I mean, I'm hearing a lot of things that, you know, are very well known for the first time. And I mean, with that in mind, I still like enjoy my weird stuff. But I've been specifically making an effort to branch out a little bit from what I normally listen to, because like for the most part, it would usually be you know, classical for sure. A fair amount of electronic, admittedly, like weird electronic. So, you know, Aphex Twin and Square Pusher and sort of bands like that. But, you know, I do also enjoy harder stuff, right? So, like Nine Inch Nails. There is some types of metal which I do struggle to get into, but like the thing is, I just kind of see that. I tend to like that stuff for kind of the same reason I like classical, right? So like a sick guitar solo is not that different from some of the stuff that you'll hear in Baroque, right? You know, whether you've got a guitar going me or you've got some organ going, it's kind of the same thing, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Obviously, when you hear those in real songs, that actually sounds good, but let's see if I can find a car shop. I am apparently, excuse me, in the one part of town that doesn't have a car shop. Yeah, let's go for it. I don't mind. I don't mind the drive. If there's a chance to steal a car, though, I think I'm gonna decline it and instead just... The focus here is just to spend as much money as I can on cars, and then we will call that an evening, because it's about 3 o'clock in the morning here. I need to wrap it up, and I've sort of... I feel like I've stopped talking about things that made Phantom Liberty good, but if anybody would like to talk about the story that we just experienced, or would like to, I don't know, ask a question, or find out my opinions on a couple of things about it, or anything like that, now is your time, because we've got 1.2 kilometers of driving ahead of us. Oops. Fair, Vesper. But no, I just wanted to... I obviously left a couple of things like oh yes, I've not forgotten to check Discord. Didn't even get that far, barely made it out of the tutorial. Really, did you not care for the game that much, or have you just haven't gotten around to it? Because Phantom Liberty was definitely an experience worth having, in my opinion. And would that be after the? Would that be after the latest patch? I'm not quite sure. Where that would fit in the timeline. Okay. So we've got the Chiaroscuro at 4,500. So Xi'an Samum seems to be the... Yeah, so 43,500 is the top cost. Cool. When there's a rough, dry wind blowing across the desert, you'll know there's a storm. And when the Mitsuani Xi'an Samum rips across the Badlands, you'll know what caused it. Based on the Coyote, this Nomad's ride has been fitted with a missile launcher that'll make sure if anything is left in the dust, it'll return to dust. Be the hot breeze that wipes your enemies off the face of the earth. of the face of the earth by the Shion Samum. All right, so the other thing that I do as part of the... I still like the launch Cyberpunk. Again, I consider myself in the unenviable position of being skeptical when it was unpopular to be skeptical of the game. And then when it finally came out and everybody was hating on it, instead of being able to feel smug about the fact. Although my experience has been that when I am right about something and, you know, popular opinion moves the other way, usually people just pretend that they thought the same thing all along or that it was so obvious. I will never win that particular battle. But no, I thought it was... Not only did I think it was actually better than it was getting credit for, but I think there was a lot of evidence that it was a vocal minority complaining about the game as opposed to there being some fundamental issue with it. Like, it was just like No Man's Sky, where if you took a look at the any kind of metric in terms of people actually spending time inside of it, like, it was always a popular game. I'm kind of... like, I don't think people have to just like a game because it's popular. That's actually a terrible reason for liking a game. But I really did not like how Cyberpunk 2077 somehow became this byword for failure for such a long time, because that was, you know, whatever you thought of it, I definitely feel that the game had its flaws. But, like, I wish I could fail like Cyberpunk did, right? Financially, creatively, I think this game was clearly a success. Anyways, and again, that doesn't mean that other people can't, doesn't mean that there aren't things that people can find issue with it. I just, you know, if I'm going to make a statement about the, you know, gaming opinions, that's a little bit different from what individuals. All right, Kilgore Trout, probably for at least another hour, is currently playing Crusader. No remorse or regret? Probably no remorse. So I am going to send you his way. This is actually kind of an interesting looking game. It's sort of this isometric shooter. I've never played it, but it looks really interesting. So I think it had like a sequel called No Regret, I think. I'm pretty sure I've seen him play a game called No Regret. But anyways, as for me, I will be back Monday, probably for more Dead Space. On a Wednesday, we will probably play Godless. Oh, hang on. Vesper, you said there was a Discord message. Let me see here. Oh! Thank you. Let's see what this is. Can I get this in before the raid? Vesper gave me a Steam code. I'm going to see if I can get this in the... Oh, lovely! Phoenix Wright! Thank you so much, Vesper. This is definitely one that I need to play on stream at some point. And I see a friend request. I didn't realize that you... If you did that a while ago and I only just realized, I apologize for doing so belatedly. We are now friends on Steam, and thank you very much for the game. I don't have that much longer to thank you, so let me save that for a Discord message. For those of you that don't know Vesper Fortune, he is a streamer. I'll be back probably Wednesday for Godless or Phantom Brigade, and Friday for more Cyberpunk. Until then, enjoy your weekend. Take care.